What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, July 11th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of Texas football conversation. We are now 50 days away from Texas and Ohio State. We've got more from Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, the latest with Longhorn recruiting, plus some Texas baseball to get into, a little NBA Summer League, the worst coaching hires since 2000 in college football, and apparently Americans are now too scared to have intercourse. We'll get to all of those stories in the world of sports and beyond over the next couple of hours. Hope everyone's having a great start to their day. A happy Friday to everyone out there, and a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
Very good on this 7-11 day.
Come on.
Yes, indeed. Wait, I'm feeling good, man. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning this morning. A little sunrise, looking good out there. Hey, I see clouds in the sky, which means somewhere around here is going to rain today.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where, but somewhere. Probably where you are, since you get a shower every day.
That's a safe bet.
Man.
Yeah.
Nothing out here. Nothing yesterday. It was nice. It was a nice warm day. And once again, this humidity and the moisture in the soil here is rising with these temperatures. But, they backed away from 100-degree temperatures coming up this weekend. It looks like it's low 90s, high 80s. Should be nice for getting out doing some things and drying up in some places.
In some places, right? And you mentioned it. It is 7-11, which means it's 7-11 day. And courtesy of our man Ashish, we've got a $25 7-11 gift card to give away today. So if you want to be entered to win this $25 7-11 gift card, you can get a free Slurpee today, but this will get you more Slurpees in the future. All you have to do is hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We will announce our giveaway winner. The randomizer's been dying to be used. It's been too long. So we'll bust the old randomizer out right before we hand things off to Chaos Theory, and somebody will be walking away.
Somebody will have gas, Little Debbie's, and Slurpees. How's that for today?
I like that. Yeah, and this is a nice little slogan. It says, because Slurpee is better in a cup than a gift box. And
nice.
Tough to put one of those in there. So nice gift card. Shout out to our guy Ashish. 7-11 is going to be one of our travel partners for SEC Media Days next week. So thanks to them for that, and thanks to them for hooking one of you people up with this gift card.
Very nice. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the great job that you do, to you, to your families, and please, all of you, be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. A happy Friday to everyone tuned in. And I mentioned that, Buck, we are 50 days away from Texas football. The Longhorns will be traveling to Columbus, Ohio to take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. We've known about that date for a while. That's going to happen on August 30th. We got a couple of other important dates for the upcoming season yesterday. The team will report on July 29th. And then the first day of fall camp will be a day later on July 30th. So that is when fall camp will get going later this month down on campus. There will be Texas football practice before the month is over. And then again, a very nice round number, 50 days away from kickoff.
Yeah, I was looking today, BK, and this team has an opportunity, to really get cranking pretty early, especially, they can get by Ohio State. Those next 3 games, in my mind, I only had the following 2 games. I forgot they got Sammy Houston in there too. You're talking about 3 in a row that really, you can get some numbers right there. Arch Manning can wheel and deal some numbers in the first 4 games.
Yeah, he
really
can.
I got a feeling they're that Sark is gonna let him fling it around in game 1 and let him see what it's like to be in a game like that and he's going to find out about these receivers in that type of football game. He's not going to hide anything that he does. He's just going to let it loose. And then the 3 games after that, my goodness, before you go to Florida, wow.
Yeah, Sammy Houston will be coming back from the dead to travel to Austin to take
Yep.
on the University of Texas. But you're right. I wonder how Steve Sarkisian is going to treat those games, right? Everyone's talking about Arch Manning being a potential Heisman candidate, and he's one of the Heisman favorites out in Vegas right now. Usually quarterbacks can put up some pretty gaudy numbers against teams like San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston.
Yes.
But Steve Sarkisian in the past with Quinn Ewers was like, hey, once we build a big enough lead against those cupcakes, we're going to rest our starters because we have bigger fish to fry. So, yeah, I mean, if Arch Manning plays, 3.5 quarters against those 3 teams,
yes.
Man, he could go for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns in all 3 of those.
Yeah,
but,
and he has to get used to the receivers. So those games are important to the football team. Game 1, you're just going to let it loose. You're trying to win that game, so you're going to do everything you can to win that game. If it's his legs and him throwing the football, you're going to do whatever it is. He's going to be in there for 4 quarters. So, man, his stats, I see why they're talking about Heisman stuff. And, dude, his stats in the first 4 games can be incredible.
Yeah, well, that's where, look, obviously he's going to play all 4 quarters of the Ohio State game. I don't know what type of numbers he's going to be able to put up there. He could start his Heisman campaign with a strong performance in Columbus. That's for sure. Ohio State's got one of the best defenses in the country, and that's Arch's 3rd career start, but first ever road start and first start against a really good team. So I don't know exactly what to expect there. But, yeah, I mean, he puts up some numbers there. The Texas offense goes for 30+, and Arch is a big part of that. Then, yeah, that gets things rolling. And all of a sudden, if he's able to put up some crazy stats in those next 3 weeks, then, yeah, there will be people claiming Arch as the Heisman going into the month of October. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Again, I don't know if Sark's going to leave him out there enough. Sark might be like, yeah, we got a 35-3 lead at halftime in week 2 against San Jose State. Like, do I want to trot Arch out there to pick up more individual numbers? Or am I like, well, we might be playing 17 games this year, so let's...
Every snap is a dangerous snap, but every snap is another snap for experience for him.
Right. Yeah, that's the balance. It's a little different, right? With Quinn Ewers, I think, Quinn Ewers had an injury history, number 1. And last year, Quinn Ewers was in his 3rd year as a starter. So it's like this guy doesn't need a whole lot of reps. You know what you got with him. He knows what he's supposed to do. But with Arch, like, you don't know the answers to those questions yet. So it's, do you throw him out there a little bit longer in situations like that to let him play more? Or are you like, man, he's our quarterback. He's our most important player. We've got to protect this dude as much as we can. I kind of lean that way if I'm making the decision, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was 3 of those games like that. I thought there were just the 2. I forgot about the 3rd one. It's like I didn't even know it even existed.
Hey, well, Sam Houston died a long time ago, so you probably didn't think he'd be showing up again, but he's back. Or he's coming back.
Grief.
Oh, that's why a lot of
one of those for week 11.
I know. Yeah, Texas doesn't do that, right? It's only their 2nd year in the SEC, and the week 11 cupcake wasn't really a Big 12 thing. But yeah, Texas in its 2 years in the conference, they've gone 4 straight non-cons and then 8 straight SEC games. So they haven't done the, 3 non-con, 7 SEC cupcake, and then boom, SEC to end the year. So I don't know. I mean, look, there are a lot of college football fans outside of this conference that don't like the fact that the SEC only plays 8 conference games. That's a big sticking point for these college football playoff expansion talks.
I don't even think SEC fans like week 11. They're like, damn, this is their time to take a deep breath, really.
Hey, I'm cool with, as a Texas fan, I'm like, yeah, it'd be nice to play a cupcake. But, if I'm a Alabama fan, who do they have in week 11 this year? Eastern Illinois. Yeah, I'll take Eastern Illinois. Tony Romo's not there, so I'm good on playing them in week 11.
Hell yeah, that's great.
We got a trip to Auburn and a rivalry game to end the year. So, yeah, I think some SEC teams are cool with it if they are playing one of those cupcake opponents.
Yeah, I kind of like to get them out of the way right away. That really gets your team started pretty good. And that's fine right there because that's not a cupcake in week 1.
No. And you said it, right? Like last year, look, Texas played Colorado State week 1. So it's like you can hide a lot of your stuff
Sure.
against them and still beat them. I mean, Texas beat them 52-0 last year, and they saved a lot for the Michigan game. This year, it's like, nope, you're pulling out all of the stops week one. Like,
No, you got to win
everything.
that. That's your game. That's like the last week of the season. You want that one.
Let me ask you this, Buck. Like, if you're Steve Sarkisian, are you playing the revenge card? Like, all summer long and all fall camp long, are you showing highlights of Ohio State beating you in the playoff last year? Or are you like, nah, wipe the slate clean. Let's not remember that. What's your strategy?
I probably want to forget that. And I just show that toss sweep play. I'll just show that to my offensive line.
Oh, the offensive line, they're going to be like, you're the dumbass who called the play, coach. Why are you showing us this? That was your fault, not ours.
Hey, I wouldn't show that around Neil Brown if he's on your staff. He'll go, that's the play you guys called? And I'm the one who got fired?
Yeah. Well, Neil Brown wasn't very close to the college football playoff like Steve Sarkisian was. But, yeah, I don't know if Neil Brown would have called that play. I don't know if there's any other coach in the country who would have called that play in that spot. That wasn't great. But yeah, no, if Sark tries to show that one, everyone's like, you're blaming us for that? Seriously?
Yeah. Hey, if you would have got that guy and you would have got that guy and you'd have got those other 6 guys who are out there waiting.
Yeah. If Texas would have had 13 on the field instead of 11, maybe that play would have worked. But I'm still not sure.
You're not quite sure of that, even with 13 on the field.
No, I'm not showing that play. I'm showing the other plays. Like, hey, the last play on Ohio State's last drive of the first half after Texas tied the game at 7, and then Texas gave up that 75-yard screen pass for a touchdown. Now look. That's on PK for calling a prevent defense instead of just calling a base defense in that spot. Ohio State wasn't going to let Will Howard Hail Mary it down the field. Like, what does every team do in that situation? They run it or they throw a screen to see if they can get some yards. And for some reason, Texas was completely blindsided by that. Look, I don't know. There's obviously some bad plays that I can't get out of my head. And I wonder if Steve Sarkisian's like, I want these plays in your head when you play them, so you've got that extra juice to go win this football game.
I was on a team that was a part of almost one of those. It didn't happen when I was with Texas and we played at Pittsburgh with Curtis Martin, the last play before half. They were like BK, they were like at their own 10, and they threw a screen pass off to Curtis Martin. And we were like in prevent defense. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's about to this guy looks like he's going to the house. And they had run. There was no more time on the clock, and I think we tackled him at like the 10. He didn't go down. He just was trying to score, and he went down to the 10, but the clock ran out. I was like, oh, my God, from their 20, a dump off.
Can't have it.
Oh.
Can't have it. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Great. See, I let that one go. I forgot about that on PK. Thank you for opening up that wound.
Oh, I don't forget, man. Like, that's
no, you don't forget those, do you?
Well, for me, like, I'm not playing, I'm not coaching. What I think and what I say doesn't matter nearly as much as what the players and coaches think and say. But yeah, I'm extra juiced up. Like, look, when I want to win this game, even if Texas beat Ohio State last year, of course I would. I always like beating those guys, and I don't like losing. But am I more pissed off? Am I more excited to get another chance to play them because of the way the game went down last year with me in attendance in Arlington? Yeah, 100%. So Greg says, different group of players, no need to show them, new season. There are a lot of coaches who would go that strategy, right? Like, no need.
There were some who would do that, yeah.
Need to bring back old wounds. If I was a coach, I think I'd be showing it. Well, maybe that's one of many reasons why I'm not a coach, but I would be like.
Well, they're showing it to each other. Believe me, the coaches when they're in their meetings with each other, the staff meetings about key plays in that game, they go over that one they go over all of those a few times together.
Oh yeah, they should. They should, right? I mean, it's a different coaching staff for Ohio State. They do have new coordinators, but obviously Ryan Day is still there as the head coach.
And Ryan Day's going over where they put a linebacker on a running back and going, we may not want to do that again, or may not want to put our worst defensive back on one of their guys lined up there as a wide receiver. Because they're running backs, because Texas running backs are like wide receivers. We can't do that. We have to have legitimate people covering those guys, or they will do it, or or Sark will do it to you again.
Yeah, I really wish Jaden Blue was playing in this game.
Oh,
Don't you?
man.
I mean,
Yeah,
he
I
scored.
would. I mean,
He
I just
scored
wish he
both.
would have come back for another year.
Yeah. I mean, there's already kind of a logjam in that running back room, but Jaden Blue had that unique skill set. He was just a difference
Yes.
maker as a receiver coming out of the backfield, and he had both offensive touchdowns that Texas scored against the
Well,
Buckeyes.
you just don't have guys on your defense to cover that guy. Your worst secondary guy can't keep up with him,
Right.
and your
Yeah.
best linebacker can't.
No, he was a difference maker, and that wheel route was a great play against Ohio State, and that's one less thing for the Buckeyes to have to game plan for. Now, maybe Texas it's like Trey Wisner had more than 40 catches last year out of the backfield, so we know he can be a receiving threat, and maybe Christian Clark's got a little Jaden Blue to him, right? We haven't seen it, but maybe he's the next kind of difference maker with that speed coming out of the backfield who can help in the pass game. I don't know, but yeah, that was.
If people are having him with comparisons to Bijan Robinson, then yeah, I would expect he can shake and bake a guy one-on-one and get away from him, whether he's a linebacker or a third-string secondary guy. Yeah, I expect that guy can't cover that guy.
We'll see if that was just coach speak by Tashard Choice when he was here, or if that's like no,
well,
he
yeah,
actually
we'll find out about that. I'm looking forward to finding out about what kind of kid what kind of player he is.
Yeah, and I wrote down, look, we'll obviously talk about storylines going into fall camp when we get closer to fall camp, but because they announced the dates yesterday, it feels like a good time to talk about some of the things that you're most excited to see. And yeah, I mean, that running back battle, but more specifically, how CJ Baxter and Christian Clark look coming off of injury in that running back room. Like that's one of the things, maybe the thing that I'm most excited to hear about when fall camp gets going.
Yeah, I would agree. Those are, I mean, the Baxter deal is really huge because of how he played as a true freshman, and coming off of that injury, it's one of those. Well, he's either, we all know they've come a long way when it comes to those type of injuries and what guys look like, but does he look like that guy that we saw as a freshman? That's still the thing. So
I hope he looks better.
I don't know.
And that's the goal, is that he looks better, because he was solid as a freshman. He showed signs of really great play, but it was still he left a lot to be desired. I think
when you don't play that second year, I mean, the experience is, you still got the experience of playing a lot as a freshman, but you missed out on a whole season of not playing. How do you come back on that? I'm real interested in that. I mean, I got the same feeling about Gibson too. How much has he matured over the course of a year? And he played, and he wasn't injured,
all those running backs. Yeah, like I think CJ Baxter kind of got screwed by his own coaching staff when they made him the starter in his first collegiate game over Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah.
And it's like all of that 2023 season. Again, Baxter did some good things, ran for more than 650 yards. Like he looked like a solid player. But all of that season, the conversation was like, that guy's not as good as Jonathan Brooks. Like, the coaches really thought he was better than is he not as good as he looks in practice? Like, why is he not better than this? So that's like, I'm hoping he looks like #1 running back recruit in the country and guy that was supposed to be better than Jonathan Brooks, who was the first running back drafted 2 years ago. So I get it. That's probably unfair now coming off of a serious knee injury, but like I want to see more than what we saw from CJ Baxter as a freshman.
I don't know if you're going to get that.
I don't either. Believe me, that's a lofty goal. And speaking of unfair, it's probably unfair of me to be looking for something like that this year. But
But what you said, you're not a coach, you're a fan, and that's exactly what you're looking for. You're absolutely right. As a fan, that's what you should be looking for.
Oh, for sure.
But that's a lofty goal for a guy who was sitting around with his leg up with a lot of ice on it for a couple months. That's a tough deal. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he's come off of that knee. I know he's obviously going to be bigger because you get a chance to sit around, you get a chance to eat and lift weights, and you're not doing so much explosive stuff. But he's getting to that point now at the end of the summertime. As he gets ready to come back to camp, you'll see him do a lot more now in fall camp.
Yeah, I think so. And that's the hope, is like he's all systems go when we get to July 30th and they're not having to, hold him back. I get it. They might bubble wrap him a little bit. They might not let him take a bunch of hits, but I hope he's like actually out there doing drills.
Yeah, well, I don't want him to take it because they went into the season last year with two guys that got hurt before it even started and never played. So no, you can bubble wrap him as long as you need to. For me, I mean, if I don't see him till game one and not hear about him doing anything but doing the drills and getting in, you got to have some scrimmages before the season. You got to have some goal line. You got to have short yardage runs and things like that. If I just hear about him just doing some nice things in that, that's fine with me.
It's a fine line because both of the injuries were non-contact injuries last year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's like, you could say, well, we won't let them take hits. Well, they didn't get hurt taking hits last year. They got hurt.
No, and a lot of those aren't because, and a lot of those injuries with the knee aren't because of the hits. It's because of the cuts.
Yeah. So it's like, do you even protect them from that? I don't know. Sark has like insinuated that they're going to handle it differently this year during fall camp because of the fact that they lost two guys for the season before the season.
I told you it'll never happen again. That deal. That's why they have 100 of them there. That's why they got like 80 running backs. It's never gonna. If it happens to you once, you can never let it happen to you again. Period.
And so I don't know what we're going to hear about those running backs, but yeah, just guys coming back from injury. I'll throw Derek Williams Jr., the safety, in there as well. And I'll also throw Colton Vasek in there. Like those are four guys who, missed a good chunk or all of last year who are now back. And those guys, I think, can all be difference makers. Like I think Derek Williams is, a top five secondary player on this team. You usually start five guys in your secondary now. I think Derek Williams is one of your five best when he's right. But
yeah, you want the way right. You want him for the season. You don't want him. You don't care about him being at fall camp and everybody saying, "Oh, he looks great. He's going to be great." And so you want him for the games,
right? And then Colton Vasek, he's not a starter off the edge, but like, man, if Colton Vasek can be the guy that we hope with, Colin Simmons and our guy Ethan Burke and Trey Moore there, like you got a four-headed monster like that coming off the edge. I don't know if there's any team in the country that can claim that they've got something like that too.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking forward to that. So the offensive line battles is another thing, Buck. Like we think we know who the left guard and right tackle are going to be, but like, what does Neto look like at left guard? And what does, the 5-star sophomore Brandon Baker look like at right tackle? Like, are those guys good enough to where the coaches have zero doubt that they are the starters at those two positions?
Yeah, I can see that because of how the offensive line was last year and the things that it wasn't the things they could do, it was the things they couldn't do on how their offensive line coach is going to look at those guys this year. They're going to talk about guys with great feet, but do they have great strength? That's got to be a part of the run game. They got to have great strength this year. So, and it's got to last throughout the season. Can't be in particular games where you just overwhelm teams that have bad players,
Mm-hmm. Bingo. And that's another one. Like we'll learn a lot in week one, right?
Yeah.
Like we can hear rave reviews every day at fall camp. Oh my God, this offensive line looks amazing. They look better than last year. They are mauling dudes. They are great in pass pro. They're doing everything right. They're not committing penalties in our scrimmages. And it's like, yeah, well, let me see it in a real game. Like that's where I'll be. That's how I'll be. What do they look like on August 30th in Columbus? That's going to be the only tell that really matters. And yeah, those types of games, the Ohio State and the Georgias, that's where I want to see them really improve. And then, the freshmen, obviously, what do the freshmen look like? Most of those guys were in for the spring. What do they look like now with a summer working out with Torrey Becton under their belt?
Yeah, and who are the guys that get a chance to play as freshmen? Who comes onto the field as freshmen?
Does anybody play against Ohio State, right? Like they're all going to play weeks 2 through 4 because, those teams are good. But does Sark trust any true freshman to go out there and play even in the first half against Ohio? Like every snap in that game is going to mean something. So
do you have a wide receiver? Do you have one of these wide receivers that you trust coming out of high school that jumps on the field that's been great in summer camp, but you're like, oh, it's not quite the game. Am I afraid to put him in the game? But if I put him in the game, how does he play in the game,
It's a great question. Like
you can get into a game. It's how you play in the game. Anybody can get in there.
Yeah, I would think, I don't know. Like, I think if we were like making a depth chart for the Texas wide receiver room, you'd have to get to like number 5 or 6 before a freshman was there. So like, does Sark trot his 5th or 6th receiver out for any snap against the Suck guys. I don't know.
Well, it all depends. It'll all depend on, and we'll know about it during these summer camps because they will talk about those guys. They talk about particular guys. They may not talk about them as a group, but there's some particular guys that you get impressed with at fall camp, and those guys do get a chance. I mean, if there's a standout kid back there at wide receiver that can, like you said, return punts, do you put a freshman back there as your punt returner?
Do I?
Absolutely not.
Do I? No. I'll rotate some returners in weeks 2 through 4 if I'm not sure about my starter.
No,
but
I get a guy that I can yell at that I know won't leave the program in week 2 after I'm done ripping his ass in week 1.
Yeah.
You won't be calling for his mama to come and pick him up.
Oh my God, transferring after the first game because
he's like at halftime going in and taking his gear off.
You
don't want that. You want a veteran guy back there that you can just rip into and know that he'll still be back there next week,
Yeah, man, that's interesting. Yeah, we don't know who the returners are going to be. That's another thing to pay attention to during camp, but it's also like, it's a great question. Like, I don't know if Sark will get asked this. I'm sure he'll get asked something like this. Someone's going to ask like, hey, how are the freshmen doing? Who's standing out right now? But like, which freshman is the most likely to play significant minutes against Ohio State?
I think that's an honest question to ask him. I think that I would think by week 2 of fall camp, you can ask that question. You can ask that question after the first week. Those guys have been coaching a long time. They understand who talented players are that already can play at a level that's better than what they did at high school, that can play college football as a freshman, that look like sophomores or juniors in college. I think that's probably after the second week, they really, really know. But those dudes as coaches know after the first couple practices, oh, no, that guy makes cuts like a junior in college. He's making players miss that are All-Americans. I saw him one-on-one. Anthony Hill had a dead beat on him. That guy sidestepped him like he wasn't there. Those guys. Those guys show up in the first couple practices, They may not be consistent, but they do some flash things that coaches say, that's why we recruited that guy right there.
Right. And I wonder who it is. I mean, if you just look at the top of the recruiting rankings for the number 1 class that the Horns brought in, I mean, is it Justice Terry, the 5-star defensive tackle? Is it Jonah Williams? We saw what that kid could do on a baseball field this spring. He was one of your highest rated recruits. Is it one of those receivers that you talk about? Like, Texas is in a favorable spot, even though they lost a ton. They don't have to play any true freshmen like right away because they've got enough, returning guys, sophomores, juniors, seniors who are back, who are going to take those starting roles. But also, you've got the number 1 recruiting class in the country. So you've got some talented dudes and you've got some options who could potentially be ready to roll from their first ever college games. So, like, who's, is there going to be a Kelvin Banks on this year's team where, like, the guy is just so good you have to start him right away as a freshman? Is there a Bijan on this team where it's like, oh, the guy's your best running back, even though he's a freshman? Like, I wonder, and you're right. We'll learn. The coaches, more importantly, will learn as camp goes along. But that's a big question for me and something I'm excited to get an answer to.
Yeah, the coaches all look at each other and they talk. They won't even get to the meeting. They'll say it on the field. Did you just see that? And they all look, and the cool part about coaching is it's almost like you all see it at the same time, Yeah. And then the guy that has made the flash move on the field, you get into the coach's locker room and you're changing, to go get lunch, and that's the guy you're all talking about. That guy's ready to go. You don't make that kind of move on that kind of player, or you don't do this to that kind of player as a high school guy. You are ready to go. That's I'm not saying that's why they recruit guys like that in Texas. You worry about finding. They got plenty of athletes and go back there and catch a punt. Sure. As you said, defensive backs. They were punt catchers and special guys when they were in high school. That doesn't change much, but this is a different level. But the ones that have the natural ability to do that, you don't have to worry about them.
Yeah. Was it obvious?
It's pretty obvious. You'll find that. You'll find those guys.
I was going to ask, was it obvious though, like with Ricky as a freshman, where it's like, no, this dude is just different than the rest of the like, are there certain guys when you were coaching where it's just, you could tell, and all of the other coaches on your staff were like, Oh yeah, no, that guy's ready to go right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had, guys, like played at Denver, Kenny Bell, who was just an incredible kickoff returner. He couldn't return punts. He couldn't catch a punt. I mean, which is totally different. And I would have loved for him to have been a great punt returner, but the ball kept hitting him in the face mask. He just couldn't. But as a kickoff returner, that guy was like an all-pro the one year in the NFL. He liked to jump in the air. When he got to the end of runs, he would like jump in the air. And he landed on his back and his neck and everything else. There's certain natural guys. Doug Flutie only played one other position before he, the quarterback got hurt and then he went in his quarter. He was my punt returner. Just natural. Yeah.
Natural. I just meant in general. I didn't mean necessarily with returners. I just meant like, can you tell? A freshman ready to play at any position like right away.
Ricky was in high school when I came back and told the guys that were already there, he's going to start when he comes. And they're like, how can you tell? Because he's better than all of you. There's none of you that are better than that kid I just saw in high school. None of you. You got I just told him you got a lot of work to do because when he comes here, he's going to be the starter. If he's smart enough to learn the plays, you guys aren't as good as he is as a runner. Sorry. Hey, work hard this summer.
Yeah. Enjoy your last year playing because this dude's taking your job as soon as he gets here.
Yeah, the guys like Ricky Brown were like, are you kidding me? I'm like, nope, I'm not kidding. I'm telling you the honest truth.
Yeah, work harder. Otherwise, you're going to lose your gig, guy.
And they understood that. It took them about 2 minutes to see him physically and then watch him on the field and what he did when he touched the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't all beautiful runs. Some of them were just nasty 5-yard. Okay, here comes some guy out of the secondary, some safety who just took a shoulder in the chops. And it was like, no, you got he runs at a different level than you do right now.
That's awesome. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Again, we've got dates. The Texas football team will report on July 29th. The first day of fall camp will be on July 30th. We are 50 days away from August 30th when Texas will take the field against another team for the first time here in 2025. Hit us up on that Dakota text line. We're also giving away a $25 7-Eleven gift card in honor of 7-Eleven Day. So hit us up on that Dakota text line for your chance to win. All you have to do is to enter is just send us a text. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how many times you say it. It's one entry per phone number. You text us in, and you will be entered to win. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well.
And I'll say this. It also helps to have a young player that's a smart guy that comes in and can learn this because there's a lot of difficult things involved. There's a lot of, unique things that they don't do in high school that the college game asked of you, blitz pickups and things like that. So it helps to have it helps to have a smarter kid there. I just say it's, as a coach, you're a dumbass as it is. And now sometimes you don't want to be having to coach another dumbass. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't work all that well most of the times. When you have a pretty sharp kid, that really, really helps.
Yeah.
And guys like Ricky was as smart as a player that I've ever been around. He and Howard Griffith, they knew everything about the offense. They knew everything about where the offensive line, the steps and everything else. They studied the book to the T,
Yeah, it matters. And
if
Sark's offense.
You got a slow learner out of high school that's just been getting by. Teachers are just saying, okay, you're really good. Move on to the next grade. And that guy gets to you and, you got to put tape on his shoe, which one is his right foot, one is, right and left, an R and an L, and put that on the shoe. Damn, that's hard.
Oh, did you ever have that happen?
No, have I had some dumb players?
Well, I know you've had some dumb players, but did you ever have to tell the guy which was right and which was left?
No. And if I did, I wouldn't tell. I wouldn't tell. I had some that were close, though. Hey, dude, I had some that were close. Hey, look, we're going, look on your shoe. We're going that direction. On the one that says R over there, that's which way we're going. That's your first step is that way.
Oh, man, that is great. All right, keep the comments coming in. Keep the text coming in. We've got to dive back into the Phil Steele magazine. Phil is very high on a couple of Texas rivals. I mean, very high want to talk about it. I want to get the Bucks' thoughts on it as well. But before we dive into some of the Phil Steele College Football Bible, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at Relax the Back. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair today. I went a mile and a half on the hard pan out there in the streets for my walk yesterday at 2:30 in the middle of the day. So my back is sore today. And of course, I shouldn't be doing that, but I did. But thanks to this chair, I'm feeling pretty good this morning. And you can too, whether it's shoulders, neck, hips, thoracic, back, lumbar area. Go on over to Relax the Back in their 2 great locations and find the accessory that's going to do just right by you. Zero gravity recliners, unbelievable. They've got the pillows. I love those Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses that they have over there. But they've got something for everybody. And if you've got somebody that's suffering from back pain or hip and shoulder pain, please go on over to Relax the Back with the 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Love the Covert family. Shout out to them, and a shout out to our man Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our TSU merch was made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. We're big believers in the work that they do, and we think you will be too. Just give them a call. If you've got a business or a big event coming up that needs merch, signs, hats, stickers, posters, whatever, reach out to them on Instagram. You can find them at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text Adam himself, 512-300-9641.
I'm real interested in hearing what Sark has to say, actually, about adding Neil Brown to his staff. What is it that Coach Brown will bring to those guys? They ran the ball pretty well at West Virginia last year. He always believes in the run game. I think they had a pretty good running back, big kid at running back. And what were some of the things that they did at goal line and short yardage stuff? That'll be interesting, especially scoring zone with their backs. What did they do with their backs? How did they run the ball? What were their run schemes? I think Neil Brown will help them out that way.
Yeah, West Virginia had a couple of really good running backs, and one of them is now at Ohio State, C.J. Donaldson.
That's the big dude, right?
Yeah, Texas saw that guy. I think the final year of the Big 12, C.J. Donaldson was a freshman at West Virginia, and that was a game in Austin that Texas won relatively handily. It might have been 2022, actually, not 2023 when that game went down. But Donaldson was there. He's a big kid, and I was a huge fan of his game. And I hate that he's at Ohio State because I think he's got a chance to be really, really good with all of that talent around him in Columbus. And that's going to be a tough guy for this Texas defense to stop.
Yeah, that dude looked like he was about 235, about 6'1", 6'2". He was big, but he had really good feet.
Yeah, he's a really good player, and he also played some tight end at times for West Virginia.
I think that's what he originally a tight end turned running back.
Sounds right. I don't know.
Jeez.
I don't know. He's a big guy though. That's a testament to the body type that he has. But yeah, they also had this kid Jaheim White. I mean, they had 2 running backs plus a quarterback run for more than 730 yards last year. So yeah, West Virginia obviously wasn't great. Their head coach got fired. They finished the year 6-7. But they did have some solid runners and a solid running game. So yeah, I'm sure that there are some things that Steve Sarkisian can learn from Neil Brown on that.
Yeah, I hope Coach Brown, I hope he has some things to add to this. I would think, you want to look at some of the stuff that they did, especially with the goal line with their big back, because C.J. Baxter's a big back,
Yeah, C.J. Baxter, I mean, he's 230 right now. So there's your goal line back. Hopefully that's your answer to 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Just give it to that dude 4 times.
That dude is coming in at 230, so he's closer to 230 than he is 220, huh?
I think he is 230.
Nice.
I don't think it's a closer than. He might be like 231 right now. I mean,
you know how the stats work over there. He could be 247.
Right. Well, we know how you body shame on this show, so
no.
You You might as well be calling him Refrigerator Perry in the backfield.
No, he's not that big.
Just go ahead and say it. We know you're thinking it. Just go ahead and call him the fridge.
No.
Call him Tubbs Baxter.
No, that's when people were
See-
telling me how when Ricky came in as 220, I said, Ricky was never 220 in his life. That guy was always 235 or more. He was born at 220.
That'd be tough for the mother if that's actually
It would be
true.
tough on her, but that could happen.
I don't know if it can. I don't know if that
No.
could happen. I don't know if that's ever happened before. 220-pound baby? I don't think so. I'm going to challenge that one.
No, he was, I used to, he looks good. What is he, Buck? 218? I'm like, what are you, out of your mind? That was,
I got
218 he was in 4th grade.
I got no problem with running backs being 230, 240 plus, as long as they could carry that weight. I mean, Derrick Henry's like 250, and that guy's going to walk into the Hall of Fame when his career is all said and done. That dude, that's another guy who hasn't been less than 230 since 4th grade.
Yeah, really. And hadn't slowed down a step. As a matter of fact, they look faster now.
Yeah, as long as you're good, you could be that. But no, the C in CJ does not stand for cow, Buck, even though you think it does.
Oh, Camel.
Right.
Camel
Yeah,
Baxter.
It's not camel either. All right. Phil Steele's magazine. We talked about this yesterday. We'll pick and choose certain bits from this magazine as we continue to preview the upcoming college football season. But one of the categories that I always look at is the surprise teams. And every year, Phil Steele puts together a pretty long ranking teams that he think could surprise and overperform expectations every year. And he spends a lot of time talking about how good he's been at this over the years.
Does he have my sleeper? Does he have my sleeper in there?
Your sleeper is not in there because they won't surprise anybody because they made the playoff last year and they're going to start the year in the top 6. So Clemson is not one of Phil Steele's surprise teams. He does have 17 surprise teams, but they are ranked in order 1 through 17 in terms of how much he expects them to, again, overperform what's expected of them this year.
Well, let's tell Phil Steele just how wrong he is.
Well, that's your job here because this year, Phil Steele's number 1 surprise team. Dun, 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 dun,
Dude, that is so wrong. That group is so bad. Go ahead and put them, if you want to put them as a surprise, make them 17.
The Oklahoma Sooners are Phil Steele's number 1 surprise team in college football. Here's his description. I'll read exactly why he picked OU. Ironically, it was an Oklahoma team that inspired this article way back when. Oklahoma is off a 6-7 season and will not be in anyone's top 10 except for mine. As I type this, I estimate the Sooners will open the year at number 24 in the poll, but my magazine does have some influence, so they could crack the top 20 potentially. All right, guy. Nothing was wrong with the Sooners defense last year, except they got left on the field too long. They held foes to 96 yards per game below their average. Last year, they lost all 5 starters on the offensive line, and they had 5 offensive linemen get injured and started 7 different lineups. The wide receiving core was devastated by injuries. At one point, they were missing their top 5 receivers. Both these cores were devastated by injuries both these units are vastly improved as they bring in Washington State's offensive coordinator and quarterback. After going over the entire roster with coach, my conclusion is this is a playoff caliber roster. The schedule remains tough. Last year, they had just 3 SEC home games. This year, they have just 3 SEC true road games. Coming off a losing season, they could recapture their magic of 2000.
Yeah, okay. Well, they better be making hay in the first 4 weeks. And that includes that includes Michigan at home, because that Illinois, they got Illinois State to start, which if they should just crush them. They've got Michigan at home. They need to win that game. We'll find out what their season's like if they can't beat Michigan at home.
They better win that game, huh?
Yeah, because then they go to Temple, they'll cruise to that, and then they have Auburn. There's another one they better not lose. They've got a couple BK that are early that they better not lose if Phil Steele is going to have them because if they lose those games like to Auburn and Michigan, they're not going anywhere.
I'm fascinated to see if Oklahoma is 5-0 going into the Texas game, right?
Wow.
I mean, like all 5 of those games are very, very winnable for Oklahoma. I think they're going to be favored.
And unlike Texas A&M, where I wish they would be 5-0, I wish this group nothing but 0-5. I hope they don't have a win going into that game. I hope they're terrible.
Oh my God! If they lose to Illinois State in week 1, could you imagine what this show is going to be like? I don't even know if I care if Texas lost to Ohio State. If Oklahoma was losing to Illinois State, then we'd be having a party the next week after that.
Yeah, they better make hay early because they've got, like you said, they got a schedule. But man, oh man, this group plays Kent State, Auburn, Temple, and Illinois State in the first 5 games. Are you kidding me? No wonder he's got them as a surprise team. I'm surprised at that early schedule. Like you said, should they be 5-0? I don't know that they're, as bad as Michigan's coaching in that game, or is that the one he's not coaching in?
He'll be there.
He's missing the first game.
No, I think he's missing the 3rd and the 4th game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not starting Sharon Moore's 2-game suspension until after the Oklahoma game because, of course, they want to win that one. So
and then again, we know what Michigan is. They suck until they play Ohio State.
I'm not gonna fault Oklahoma for scheduling Michigan. Like I'm not gonna fault Texas for scheduling Michigan. You schedule these games.
I'm not faulting them at all. Just don't lose to them.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and act like that's super cupcake because Michigan's a solid team. I think Oklahoma's gonna be favored. It's a game I think Oklahoma should win. I do wonder if that game was in Ann Arbor, who would be favored. But I don't know. Oklahoma, there's a good chance they're 5-0 going in. Yeah, Phil Steele, he wasn't kidding. He has Oklahoma as his ninth ranked team in his poll. They're the number 1 surprise team, but he has them at number 9 overall out of all of the teams in college football. And he's talking about them winning a national championship.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alabama, for letting those people get their heads all inflated from last year.
Coming off a losing season, they could recapture their magic of 2000 playoff caliber roster. All right, Phil, good luck with that one, my friend.
No, Aggie Light, no.
Oh, well, speaking of Aggie Light, Phil Steele's number 2 surprise team this year, Hullabaloo Connect.
No way.
Bring out the milkmen. Hide your brothers and dads because the Aggies are coming. The Texas A&M Aggies. Here's the explanation that Phil Steele gives. Mike Elko did a great job at 2 years at Duke. Last year, Texas A&M was playing its final game of the season with the berth to the SEC title game on the line. What happened in that one, Phil? Yeah. Elko now has his players and schemes in place. He was the defensive coordinator in 2020 when they just missed making the 14 playoff. All 8 of their units, I don't know why Phil's looking at those, rank, and 7 of them are in the top 26 of my unit rankings. Quarterback Marcel Reed operates behind a veteran O-line. They only lose 3 draft picks, and they have 8 starters back on both sides of the ball. They came close to making the playoffs in year 1. It's a reach. And will be stronger this year. And if they make the playoffs, they have the talent to grab some wins.
Hey, reach for the skies, Aggies, and I'm with you on that. Let them roll on. Let them win every stinking game till the very end. I want them undefeated once again. I agree with Phil right there. Why aren't they number 1? How come the Sooners are number 1? The Aggies should be number 1.
Well, I know they're number 1 in your heart. Do you really think the Aggies are a playoff team that can win some games if they get there?
Deep down, no. But I want them to be. I want them to be good. I want Phil. I'm with Phil still, except for they should be number 1. Sooners. That's just a bad pick by him right there. That's a bad maneuver. That's going to lose him about 50,000 magazines right there.
I thought I was high on the Sooners having them go 8-4 this year. Like that's over their Vegas number. So I'm higher on them than a lot of people are. But Phil's got them maybe winning the whole thing.
No chance.
And A&M 8-4, Texas 8-4, making the CFP and winning some games.
Now he's talking. Aggie ball right there. That's okay.
Has he seen
the
Marcel Reed throw? Has he seen that guy play quarterback? The guy who's not good enough to get invited to conference media days because his own coach doesn't believe in him?
He's going to have quite a year until that last game. Believe me, it's going to be good. Aggie's going to be good till the last week.
I think they'll be fine. If they're 8-3 going into the Texas game again, would it surprise me? No. If everything goes right, could they be 9-2 going into that Texas game?
There you go. That sounds good. Hey, 11-0. What the hell? 10-0. Why not?
Well, why not? They've got to go to South Bend in week 3. That's a why not. They've got to go to Baton Rouge this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Kelly's playing for his job. They're not winning that game. There's one loss. Okay, they'll lose 2 before that time. They'll have 2 losses.
It's a favorable schedule for A&M. Like, don't let any Aggie fan bitch and moan about how easy Texas's schedule is. Their SEC schedule's just as easy, if not easier. Like, I don't know how A&M, obviously it's 2 years in a row because everyone's playing the same teams. It's 2 years. They don't have Bama or Georgia. How do you do that?
Is Florida on their schedule? Florida's not on their schedule, are they?
Florida's on their schedule. They got that game at home in Aggieland. Wow. They do their road conference games are Arkansas, LSU, Missouri, and then obviously Texas to end the year.
They'll be good. They'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could win. I think they can win 2 of those. Could they beat? I mean, they beat LSU. They smoked LSU last year, but that was at home.
Make me a banana split there, Milkman man. Make me some banana splits. Yeah.
We got to get you dressed up in one of those fits, considering how much you're.
You know what? I may wear that gear. Maybe I'll wear that gear when they play somebody good. My goodness.
Yeah, I got my Phil Steele magazine from last year in the other room. I should have grabbed it to see who his top surprise teams were last year. 2 years ago, he had Wisconsin as his number 1 surprise team, and they were cheeks. He's got a decent history on this. And again, he'll let you know how good he is at predicting things.
Well, that one, his top team is not good. That's not happening.
Oklahoma, man, making the playoff. I will tip my cap, and I will not be happy to eat my words, but I will eat my words if I'm wrong about Brent Venables. I think he's the thing holding him back the most. I think that roster.
I kind of do too. Them not having a great running back and not finding the quarterback after the lefty after they ran him out of town.
Right.
Nothing like running that dude out of town.
That was a bad decision there. And
it was a bad decision. They should fire him just for that last year.
I think Mateer's solid. I think Mateer's got a chance to be very good, but I do wonder about the O-line still. I do wonder about the receivers still.
You were not happy with you thought their O-line was bad last year.
It was terrible last year. Oh my God. Like Oklahoma, even like the diehardest of diehard Oklahoma fan can't defend their offensive line play last year. It was terrible. And they did have injuries too, which didn't help, but it was everybody they trotted out there was bad. And, wide receiver, they were so banged up at wide receiver where it got to the point where everybody they were trotting out there, basically by the time the Texas game happened, was really bad.
And I'm not going to buy a border collie. I don't buy collies. They're telling me to buy a border collie. I might as well buy one of their dogs.
You should.
No.
I'm surprised. The next average Pyrenees you get is going to be named Reveille.
No. Hey, don't hate on them. They're in the state. They've got to be good till the last game. We want to be the ones that put all the misery into them.
What do you mean we? You got a mouse in your pocket? Who's we?
We have to give them all their misery. Let them be undefeated. Let them be at the top of let them be on the top of the world there.
Let them be on the top of the world there. Nah, let them be 0-11 there, and then we beat them to.
No, that's the Sooners. That's who you want. You want OU to be over.
I want both. Like, why can't I have both?
You can't have both. You can't have both.
All of my. Well, they don't play each other this year, so I can't have both.
Oh yeah, that's great too.
They don't be 0-12.
Aggies not even playing them. Sooners not even playing the Aggies. Come on, guys.
I know. I like maybe it's
we dragged the Sooners. We dragged the Sooners with us into this conference, and they're not doing it. They're not playing anybody. They're not playing like
the Sooners are playing people. The Sooners have
that's true. They are in the conference. Yeah, they got it stuck to them. We slid away last year.
Yeah, I mean the Sooners. You talk about their first 5 games being relatively winnable.
I didn't want to tell anybody about the rest of their schedule.
Yeah, their last 7 games: Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, Missouri, LSU.
Wow.
So yeah, they're going to earn it if they make the playoff, and they're doing all of that stuff that Phil Sooner is talking about. That's what I'm calling him now. Then
Phil
yeah,
Sooner.
They'll have earned it. They will have earned I'd be worried about Texas with that schedule making it to the CFP, and Texas, has made it to 2 semifinals in a row. Oh, you're coming off 6 and 7. Yeah, I ain't picking that to happen. So,
No.
Sorry about that one, Philly.
Well, they're they brought the quarterback, and their quarterback's coach, he's coming. Their offensive coordinator's coming. Things have to change, except for the head coach will be the guy who makes those final decisions, the guy who's got a hose in his mouth and one in his ass or whatever he does. That guy making the final decision, that's the one that's going to hurt you.
Let's see what Brent Venables is up to this morning.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going, and so
they've been blowing and going, man.
Yeah, he's been blowing dudes. How do you think they get those recruits? They're blowing and going up there in Norman, I guess.
Then took that offensive tackle that I wanted desperately.
Yeah, that was a great pickup, Michael Fasusi. He could be one of the guys who turns around that OU offensive line, even as a true freshman. I think he's like that type of player. And more importantly, people who know more than I do think he's that type of player. So, that one stings to lose for sure. By the way, number 3, we won't spend that much time on them, but maybe this will make you respect Phil Sooner a little bit more.
University of Pittsburgh, the Panthers.
No. Phil Steele's number 3 surprise team for 2025. It's a team you've got some ties to.
Not the group from Champaign.
The group from Champaign.
Come on, man.
The Illinois Fighting Illini.
Omar, the tent maker head coach? No way.
Oh, that guy looks like a tent. And I'm not talking about a 1 or a 2 man either. He's a big dude right there.
He's fat.
Yeah, no, he has earned that nickname or that description. Yeah, Illinois, number 3, Utah, number 4, USC, number 5. On Phil Steele.
Yeah, USC needed to be number 1 so the coach could keep his job.
Right, there are a few other Texas teams in there. Again, he ranks 17, so he chooses a lot. Baylor's number 9.
Where's the team that's buying them all? Texas Tech. Where are they located in this?
17. Last on the list of surprise teams for Phil Sooner.
Yeah. Well, their coach is looking for that defensive coordinator job at Midland, so he better get it done.
Somebody asked Greg asked if Texas was ever a surprise team. Yeah. In 2023, Texas was Phil Steele's number 3 surprise team. He also had Washington as his number 5 surprise team that year. Obviously, those teams met in the playoff semifinal that year. So, look, some years Phil gets it right. To his credit, some years he gets it wrong, and he admits when he gets it wrong. But, yeah, he is very high on Texas' 2 biggest rivals.
Who did you say a surprise team was last year?
I didn't.
I think somebody just said East Carolina was last year's.
He said Clemson was his number 2 surprise team.
Which should be the number 1 surprise team this year, but that's okay.
They're not surprising anybody, except for you, apparently. Yeah, he doesn't list his number 1. Again, I have the other magazine in the other room. I can go grab that and look at who it is. We'll do that a little bit later in the show. But, yeah, OU and A&M number 1 and 2 for surprise teams. And, again, he has Oklahoma ranked 9th in the country this year. Number 9. His A&M ranked a little bit lower than that. A&M's at 19, which feels fair for them.
Boy, Michigan must be a flat out dog. I mean,
he's got Michigan number 10.
Really?
So yeah. I didn't realize that until right now. He is the Wolverines number 10 in his preseason top 40. Penn State, Clemson, Notre Dame, Texas is his first 4. So he's a little bit lower on the Longhorns than I think most people are. Not that 4 is all that low. Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, 5, 6, 7. And then Oregon, OU, Michigan to round out the top 10.
That sounds weird with OU in there, doesn't it?
Very weird. He's the only person outside of the state of Oklahoma with the Sooners in their preseason top 10. I've not seen this anywhere else, and I don't think we will see this anywhere else.
You're not going to see it anywhere else.
No, it's more of these predictions come out. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We got a special guest joining us here in a couple of minutes.
Awesome.
Before we do that and dive into more sports and fun that we've got planned in hour 2 of the show, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Wholesale distributors, so if you're having a big gathering at any time, call in the guys there. And if you're having a small gathering, stop by the store at 4601. Say hello to the folks there at 34 Wine and Spirits, where you'll find the best beer in the world. That would be Altstadt Beer in all its different flavors. They've got it all right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. Altstadt Beer. Oh, man, the weekend is here. Happy Friday to everybody out there. If you're looking for something to do this weekend, maybe a trip down to Fredericksburg to check out the Altstadt Brewery. So much fun. There's so much to do. The place is massive. I say it all the time. It's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. You get to try all of the samples of Altstadt. You get to see how it's made. They've got live music. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine from a former Michelin star chef. They've got the outdoor beer garden. I'm telling you, it is so much fun. If you're planning a trip to the hill country, check out the Altstadt Brewery. If you're not going that far, check out your local watering hole or check out 34 Wine and Spirits and get you some Altstadt beer. As the Buck said, they've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Check out their Summer Peach Radler, perfect for these red hot summer days here in the state of Texas. And remember, whatever you're doing, please remember to drink your Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. I see him now in the green room making his Texas Sports Unfiltered debut. Guy who's been a friend of mine for a long time, and now he's a friend of the show as well. The man, the myth, the legend, Ryan Hurricane Hecht from the Hecht Law Firm joins us this morning. Ryan, do you hear me? Oh, you're on mute. I know you can hear us. We could see you.
We can see you, yes. Get rid of that mute.
Maybe it's your computer setting. It doesn't look like you're on mute right now. See, this guy's a lawyer. He's not a radio guy like us. You don't.
No. He's like me.
Yeah, you're right. And we had to go to your place for like 2 days to teach you how to turn on a computer and open up an internet tab. Still nothing.
Not yet.
Maybe at the bottom of the page, Ryan, it says there's a thing that says settings. You see that? And then on the left side, there's something that says audio. And then mic. Make sure like the mic is set to what it's supposed to be set to. This is good stuff. This is what we do.
Hecht's got a little bit of wags in him right now.
No, don't give him that kind of treat right there. He doesn't want that. All right, we'll remove Hecht from the screen and let him see if he could figure it out here. Text, I don't know what to tell him outside of that. Computer settings, microphone settings.
We got all kinds of time. Heck, what he's gonna do is be late for his important meeting, probably.
All right, let's see. Anything now? Still nothing.
Give Rodney his number so Rodney can call him up and get him going.
It's not a bad idea, honestly. I will text Double R and see if we can make something happen with Hurricane Hecht. But
I still want to ask you about Mateer. I know you're high on Mateer. Are we talking about a guy, BK, that's I know he can take off and run, but is he a little guy, or is he a 6'1", 6'2" quarterback with just good wheels?
He's a great athlete, man. I mean, he's not the biggest guy out there.
We're talking about a 6'5", 11" guy that could take off and go.
I'm seeing 6'1", 224 is what he's listed at right now. But he's a great athlete. I think I said it. I was watching some of the Washington State game from last year. Of course, Mateer was at Wazoo, and I mean he's a problem. He is a problem to defend. Now, a lot of Mateer's numbers were put up against very bad opponents, right? Washington State didn't play a whole lot of great teams last year. They were one of the left behinds from the Pac-12 when it fell apart. And yeah, their schedule wasn't great. He didn't play a bunch of tough teams, and some of the numbers he put up.
Good receivers. He had some good receivers too.
I don't.
Not
great
I don't really receivers.
I'd be lying if I told you I knew about the talent at Washington State around him. But
yeah, I saw him play twice last year.
He was a great. Yeah, he's a great dual threat. He can run. He's a problem if you don't maintain your discipline on defense. If your pass rushers get too far outside, he's going to take off and run. So he's a tougher guy to defend than anybody Texas saw at against Oklahoma last year.
Yes.
I can tell you that. All right, let's try it again. We've got Hurricane Hecht in the green room. Testing. You got us?
Good morning, everyone.
There you go.
There we go.
What did you do? What happened?
I'm not sure. Like you said, I'm just a lawyer. No idea what's going on, but the hurricane's here.
The hurricane is here. All right. Bucky asked me before the show, and I wanted to ask you right off the bat, before we dive into your firm and what you do and why you do what you do, why the nickname, and where did the nickname Hurricane Hecht come from?
That's right. I'm from Houston, Texas. You know, we've got hurricanes there. Ultimately, I flood your wallet with cash. I blow out the competition. And, of course, I rock you like a hurricane.
There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice.
And it was my football nickname, too.
Nice.
Oh, you were a problem on the field? Oh, look at that. The Earl Campbell Love You Blue Oilers jersey in the background.
Sweet.
Oh, that'll play. So, Ryan, tell us why you started the Hecht Law Firm, man. Why does this matter to you, and why did you feel like it was important to start your own firm here in the Austin area?
Honestly, to fight for injured Texans and to fight for them my way. I was tired of working for someone else. There's so much politics in law firms where it almost feels like the appearance of working is more important than the work itself. I wanted to start Hecht Law Firm to truly help those in need. Ever since I've been practicing law, I've seen these billion-dollar insurance companies treat injured Texans like dirt. They want to tell you that your broken legs are only worth $10,000, even though it could prevent you from working for months, and you'll likely suffer pain for the rest of your life. They want to tell you that your pain and suffering, your anxiety, depression aren't worth $1. They want to tell you that the PTSD and the nightmares you suffered from a vicious dog bite attack or a car accident aren't real because there's no real dollar amount to feelings on a medical bill. You know, would you take $10,000 if it meant you couldn't walk for years and you couldn't work for a couple of months?
No.
And have intense nightmares every night for the rest of your life? $50,000 for nightmares every night for the rest of your life? What if it was your son or daughter? If a $1 billion company said, I'll give you $100,000 today, but your daughter will now have nightmares every night for the rest of your life, and she won't be able to work, would you take that? Hell no.
I wouldn't.
You know, it's kind of the greatest trick these insurance companies have pulled off is making injured Texans believe that their arbitrary value for injuries and pain and suffering is normal. I do not feel bad for these billion-dollar insurance companies who want to pay you nothing, by the way. I feel bad for the injured Texans who have to deal with them with no legal representation. I guess
Ryan, you guys, you win when your clients win. Is that how that works?
That's right.
You get paid if you win the case.
That's right. The client never pays me directly. You don't pay me $1. Basically, I take a percentage at the end. So my incentive is the same as yours. The more money I make, the more money you make. So our goals are aligned the entire time.
Did you ever get asked to stand on any cars or host any podcasts with like little girls, or like get into a Rolls Royce and climb on a private jet? Did you ever get asked to do that, or do you plan on doing any of those things in your commercials moving forward?
Yeah, I'm surprised no one has asked me to get on a private jet yet, but hopefully one day. We'll see.
There you go.
I've got you can find me on Instagram, Hecht Law Firm, and I've actually got a TikTok. It's at hurricane.esq. I don't have any videos posted yet because I'm finally breaking through the cringe barrier, and I think I'm going to start posting some funny videos. So you'll catch me there.
I love it.
Now,
I love
it. And also, Ryan, the cases that you do, what's your percentage of you being involved, straight you and not somebody with your staff? How many of these actual percentage-wise are you involved with?
100%. I think that's a sort of big differentiation between me and other firms. If you go look at any other billboard lawyer right now, if you call that number, you're going to get an automated desk, a voicemail, or if you're lucky, you'll get someone at the front desk. If you call my number, 512-938-8929, you will literally get a call I will get a call to my cell phone right here. And I'm with my clients the entire way. And that's how I'm building my business.
That's awesome. Yeah, we talk about that a lot. That's that personal care that you get from Hurricane Hecht, and
Right.
you don't get that with other PI attorneys around the city.
I'm sorry. I'm actually getting a call right now. Hello? Truck accident, 18-wheeler. The employee let his 5-year-old drive the truck, and he was drunk. Hurricane Hecht's got your back. All right. Sorry about that.
I mean, look at that. Boom. He's able to interview and take a call at the same time.
Awesome.
That's the kind of service you
Was
get.
I not on mute?
No.
Oh, man.
Perfect.
A couple more for you, Hurricane. This, like, I just want to think of like general questions. Like, let's say someone gets in a minor accident and maybe they don't feel pain for the first couple of days, and it's not a broken leg. It's something that like hurts and is causing problems, but maybe it's not like something considered super serious. Should folks in a situation like that still call you? Is there still money that you can get in their pocket, even if it's something that doesn't pop up right away or something that's not broken?
They should. And I want to put an emphasis on they should call me. That's pretty standard, especially in motor vehicle collisions. You'll get in something that may appear like a fender bender, but then you start feeling horrible neck pain, horrible back pain a few days later from, maybe aggravating a pre-existing injury. I will say it is important to go get medical treatment as soon as you start feeling these symptoms, because these insurance companies will like to point to the gap in time between the incident causing the injury itself and the treatment. Because if it's long enough, they'll likely point to that gap and say, oh no, these symptoms, you can't prove that they're from this incident.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've got a video actually, Ryan, of that 5-year-old you were talking about who was drunk driving the 18-wheeler. Did you ever see this? This is from DKR last year. This like 4 or 5-year-old girl just ripping a Mick Ultra on camera. Maybe it was her who was driving that truck that wrecked your client right there.
She's not giving that. She's not. That's a Pepsi.
That's not a Pepsi at all. All right, man, before we let you go, you gave out the number earlier, but tell our listeners, we talk about you all the time, but to let them hear it from you, give your sort of promo, tell them what you do and how folks can get in touch with you if they ever need you.
That's right. I'm Hurricane Hecht. I'm going to fight for you the entire way. I won't stop, honestly, until we get you a great settlement. And if you're willing, I'll take your case all the way to trial. You can reach me on my cell, 512-938-8929. You can email me directly. That's Ryan, R-Y-A-N, at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Reach out to me on Instagram, Hecht Law Firm, and TikTok, hurricane.esq.
I can't wait to see those TikToks, man. That's going to be
Oh,
gold coming over there. All right, brother. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll definitely do this at some point soon, but appreciate your time this morning. And yeah, good luck with that 5-year-old drunk driving semi driver.
Well,
Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, there he goes. Ryan Hurricane Hecht. We talk about the Hecht Law Firm every day. Ryan's a great friend of mine. He's a great dude, and he means it. He's going to fight for you every step of the way. Don't let the insurance companies push you around. They make so much money. They do all those commercials. They make so much money. They don't need more of it. They have money to pay you. If something happens to you or someone you know, call Hurricane Hecht. Again, he's going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. He's going to flood your wallets with cash. It's not just a slogan. It's a real thing that he is going to do. HechtLawFirm.com. I'll mention his website as well if you want to see everything that he can do for you or your family. But yeah, more importantly, that phone number. Put it in your phone now so you have it if you ever need it. 512-938-8929. All right, good stuff there, Hurricane Hecht. What kind of football player you think he was if he got the nickname Hurricane? Just like a whirling dervish out there?
Oh, he was a safety sitting back there taking cheap shots.
How many unsportsmanlike conduct penalties do you think Hecht got in high school football down in the Houston area?
Oh, I bet you got he had his share in there.
He says he's in the background. He says 2. I'm thinking he's saying 2 per game. I don't think it's 2. I think it's 2 over his whole career. Oh, man. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff right there. Thanks again for joining us, Hecht. Awesome. 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 All right, Buck, a little Texas recruiting conversation. More bad news for the Longhorns. You know, you and I were talking before the show, and you asked me, hey, did Texas get that kid yesterday? No, they didn't. 4-star defensive lineman Jamarian Carlton announced his commitment yesterday afternoon. Carlton, a defensive lineman from Temple High School in Temple, Texas, he picked Baylor over the Longhorns.
Boy, it sounded like he was on his way there anyway.
Well, yeah,
it sounded like more of a Baylor lean than anything.
You know, the last week it's kind of felt that way. If you would have asked me a month ago, and I think more importantly, if you would have asked like Jordan and Will and recruiting insiders, like where's Carlton leaning? I think a month ago the answer would have been Texas. But Baylor got the last official visit in June. Sometimes if you get the last visit, you can make an impact. And, boy, it sounds like Baylor made a pretty late push, and it sounds like they put together a pretty nice NIL package. And that's how it works nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's a 4-star. If he doesn't want to come to your school and he lives down the street and he's at Temple, you fight as hard as you can for him, but you don't go overboard for a kid like that. He's kind of leaning towards Baylor. He's right there at Temple. You know, I mean, he can walk. It almost feels like he could walk to campus. So he's pretty good with, you know, his surroundings. That's fine.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I think it's all NIL, man. Like, I don't want to say 100% of these recruitments come down to who has the best NIL offer, but it feels like
hard to get that way.
Yeah, the percentage, right. It feels like it's getting closer and closer to 100 seemingly by the day. And look, Texas has money, but they don't have infinite money. And I think part of this, Texas already has 3 defensive linemen committed in this class, plus an edge rusher. Baylor had 0.
They've probably been recruiting that kid since he was a sophomore in high school. They probably, you know, at school like Baylor, who, you know, if you find a little a guy that looks like he's going to have some great potential as he goes on, whether he's a 3-star or a 4-star, you're recruiting that dude when he's a sophomore in high school. You start sending him stuff. He's probably gotten more shit from Baylor than any school in the state.
Yeah, they went after him hard. They have for a while. And look, they had no defensive lineman. They had an edge rusher, but no defensive lineman committed in their class of 26 before yesterday. So maybe, you know, they're like, we got to get this guy. He's our top priority defensive lineman. We don't have anybody else. We better pull out all the stops to make sure we can land him.
Yeah, and our NIL package is going to add just a little bit more for a guy like that.
And for Texas, it might be like, well, we already have 3 defensive linemen committed, and there's a few other guys that we feel like we could get if we don't get this one. So maybe we don't have to break the bank for Jamarian Carlton. He's a very good player, though. It sucks. Like, I'm not going to sit here and, like, dunk on the kid and say, oh, we didn't want him, or, oh, it's not a big loss. No, like, he's a supreme talent. He's a top 50 player in this class this year and a top 5 player in the state of Texas. So that's a guy that you want to bring into your program. And unfortunately, Texas couldn't get it. We'll see if they recruit this thing through the whistle. But with these NIL deals, if Baylor is offering him a good lump sum of money, then I have a hard time believing that Carlton's going to reopen his recruitment anytime soon.
No, probably not. No, he's probably satisfied with what he has right there.
Yeah. And tonight, hopefully there's some good news coming tonight. 4-star cornerback Samari Smoke Matthews will announce his commitment. That's a nickname right there. If somebody calls you Smoke, You don't get that if you're not good at something. Smoke Matthews committing at 6 o'clock. He is the 6th ranked cornerback in the class, the 57th ranked player overall. He's actually from the state of North Carolina, Buck. And Mark Orfe, I'll credit him on this one of the new secondary coach, the guy from Rutgers who you hate so much. Because he's from
he
Rutgers.
didn't bring him from New Jersey. He's not from like Atlantic City or anything.
Not a Jersey guy, but Orfe offered Matthews on his first day on the Texas job. So I think that means something, right? Guy takes a new job. He's literally at work the very first day, and you're like the first call he makes. Hey, man, I'm now at Texas. We want you here.
Better get him.
Hey, carry some weight.
Orfe, you better get him then.
Dude,
if you did that the first day on the job and that was your first target, you better get that target.
Well, I think it's less cut and dry than it used to be, again, because of money. So, like, South Carolina is Texas's biggest competition right now. If they're like, we're going to offer you $2 million in guaranteed money if you come here, then I don't know how much it's going to matter how hard Orfe's been working. It's the thing. Like, all of what you know, and you know way more than I do because you've done it, you've lived it. It's like all of what you know and all of what I know and all of what we know about recruiting, it's almost like just you throw it out the window. You can not even be interested in the kid, or the kid cannot even be interested in you. And if you just say, here's $5 million guaranteed, then there you go. Congrats. You landed the recruits.
That's one of those deals. Once again, if you have no allegiance to the state of Texas or any other state, then money will come into play. I mean, that's just the way it is,
It's I
North Carolina. I mean, where's Belichick? I mean, South Carolina is closer to North Carolina than we are to North Carolina. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, Smoke Matthews is like, that guy's dating someone 50 years younger. If I date someone 50 years younger, they're going to be like -30. So I'm out on that. I don't want any part of that guy right now. Florida State and Miami also in the mix, but this feels like a Texas-South Carolina battle coming down to the final day. I don't want to assume anything, especially because of how these last few weeks have gone. But I feel good about Texas's chances here. Hopefully they can land him because, Texas has been the bridesmaid and not the bride a lot. And I've said it a lot. I've said it on Locked On Longhorns. I've said it here. Like, I'm not panicking. I think Sark's going to figure it out. I think Texas knows what it's doing, and they're going to find a way to put together a really, really good class, more than likely in the top 5 once again.
Tell me about the quality of player that you bring in,
But right now the class is ranked 13th, and Texas has gotten more bad news than good news when it comes to late June, early July commitments.
Not used to that we're not used to.
Right. So, look, every time someone commits to a different place, you got a little more money you thought you were going to have to spend on them. So there are guys that Texas, is targeting that have not committed that they can offer a little bit more in terms of NIL, and they'll have some money where they can try to offer a flip at some point during the season.
Yeah, once again, it doesn't matter until December. Things change.
Right, and they will for sure.
They will.
There's a lot of panic going on amongst Longhorn Nation right now. Not everybody, obviously, but a lot of folks are starting to pull some hair out because of, again, what's happened in recruiting recently. But I think Sark has earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to this element of coaching. He knows how to recruit and bring in elite classes. So it'll happen. Just give it some time.
And so that's a 6 o'clock this evening deal?
6 o'clock this evening. So I guess, we'll talk about it on Monday. Either way, there are a couple of other Texas targets who are committing this weekend, a couple of tight ends committing tomorrow. Buck, the big guy, Hezzy Kent. Remember the 6'5", 300-pound tight end? He's
you mean the offensive tackle / tight end?
He's announcing his commitment tomorrow.
Is Texas after him still?
Yeah, Texas is a finalist, but I think one of the Florida schools is going to get him. That's where he's from, and I think either Miami or Florida State or maybe Florida, one of those three. It's like those three in Texas are the finalists, and I think he's going to end up staying in the Sunshine State. But I want that kid so bad. Ooh, that sounds like P. Diddy. Sorry. But I would love that guy to sign with Texas. 6'5", 300-pound tight end. I'm fascinated to watch that guy play at the next level.
You're fascinated to see him at left tackle, are you?
No, it won't be fascinating. It's not a cool story if he ends up shifting to O-line. He's got to stay at tight end for this to be cool. Otherwise, he's just another big guy playing O-line. We got plenty of those out there in the world.
He's just another tackle coming in the game for short yardage. That's what he is.
He's just another fat guy.
No, he's a big 6'5", 300. No, he's a big man.
It's not a squatty body, is it?
That's not a squatty body. No,
that's a body.
That's a good looking dude right there. It should be.
Yeah, well, he is in high school, so that's a little weird of you to say. But
sorry about that.
It's fine. And then Caden Prothro, the other tight end who commits tomorrow, the number 2 tight end in the class from Georgia. It sounds like Georgia's in the lead for this one, so I don't expect the Longhorns to pick up either of those dudes tomorrow, but we'll talk about it on Monday. All right. Let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs. We got a little NBA Summer League to get into. Cooper Flagg made his debut last night.
Yeah, man, I saw him. It had it look pretty good to me.
Talk about that. A little good Texas baseball news as well for Jim Schlossnagle and company. And the worst college football coaching hires since 2000. There might be some Texas coaches on this list. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, sports medicine, of course, trauma care, spinal care, and joint replacement. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our guy, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultations. Him and I were chopping it up last night. I know he's been tuned in this morning. AV Consultations. They can hook you up with a home TV setup that you want. We are 50 days away, a nice round number, from Texas and Ohio State, meaning we are 50 days away from the first big college football Saturday of 2025. The NFL will start shortly after. Then hockey will return. Then basketball will return. Then playoff baseball will be here. Oh, yeah, it's coming. The best time on the sports calendar is right around the corner. Means it's the perfect time to call AV Consultations to get hooked up with the home TV setup that you want. Don't spend all of your time and money sitting in Austin traffic, driving around to the sports bars or to your in-laws' places every weekend. No, make your home the place to watch all of the sports all year long. If you want the 4 TV setup like I have, if you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck, if you want the home theater room with that 150-inch projection screen TV, AV Consultations can do it all. Surround sound, that badass Sonos equipment, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras, it's all there for you. All you have to do is call 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or find them online, avconsultations.com.
I had that Sonos all hooked up when my internet was out. And thank you to Tom and his staff for getting out here and getting me all hooked up properly when everything got blown out. They showed up and they got it done. My little Pandora hooks up to the Sonos as I was reading my book. That was nice. Nice just listening to the music. That was
Pandora
a nice
guy.
Huh?
Pandora guy, huh?
I'm a Pandora guy, yes. I got my music, music from the 70s. I listen to 70s music all the time. So I hook it up and here I am, me and James Taylor, just listening along, listening to some Carly Simon, Carole King, Spinners. The Spinners, yes, indeed. I'm an old head, man. I love the music from the 70s.
How's your girl Carly Simon doing these days?
She's older. She's still kind of hairy, I bet.
I feel like most people are older than they were back in the day.
Yeah.
I think that's
they stay hairy, though.
You think you don't think she's found a razor since the 70s?
They don't do that.
You think she's been growing it out since then for 5 decades, huh?
Dude, that's back in now. That's the new in thing again.
Is it?
Yes.
Hope not.
Come on, man.
It's not my thing, but if it's yours still, then good for you.
It doesn't matter. It'll be your thing too.
I don't discriminate, I guess, but if I have a preference.
I don't think so.
Yeah, if I have a preference, I'm avoiding it. Yep, that's what AV Consultations does, though. They don't just hook you up and then leave you forever. No, if something isn't working, or if you want to upgrade something, just call. They'll come out to your place and they'll take care of you like they do the Buck and everybody else on TSU. All right. Cooper Flag, Buck, you were watching a little Summer League hoops last night.
Yeah, I saw him last night.
Any big takeaways from Cooper Flag versus Bronny James?
Yeah, he's just good, Cooper Flag.
He's just good.
He's good at all of it. He's just an all-around player. He's a big guy that can move, can shoot. He's got great, he's got great skills. And he's really good on defense. If he wants to just be a defensive player, he could be. But his offense is just too good. His jump shot, his mid-range jump shot, his three-point shooting is good. And that guy can leap now. Don't underestimate that guy going over the top of you if you think he won't dunk on you. He will.
His first his first bucket was a transition dunk where he elevated over a couple of guys and threw it down with one hand. That was pretty cool to see. And that got the folks in Vegas out of their seats. Cooper Flag was 5 of 21 shooting last night. What
do you have, just 10 points or something?
Just 10 points. He did impact the game in other ways, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and a block. So he was making some things happen out there, but obviously not his best shooting night. They interviewed him after the game, and he said, "Yeah, it wasn't up to my standards, but I'm going to be all right." And I think most Mavs fans agree with that.
Jason Kidd at the game.
Jason Kidd was there. Yeah, LeBron was there. A lot of people were there. The average ticket price, but this is a summer league game. This is an exhibition. The average ticket price was $223. And there were lower level seats going for thousands of dollars.
No, thank you.
Summer league. I'm not paying that for a regular season game.
No.
I don't know how much I'm paying for a playoff ticket. That is crazy, man. The excitement around Flag and the fact that Bronny's a part of that game too, and both of those guys started. By the way, Bronny was 2 for 8. Missed a game-winning 3 at the buzzer that would have given the Lakers the win, if you care.
Come on, Ronnie. You're back in the G League. Hey, another year in the G League for you.
Yeah.
Or the D League.
That's probably where he should be staying, but because he's LeBron's kid, he'll get some more opportunities in the bigs this year. You do wonder what happens when LeBron retires and Daddy ain't there to save him anymore.
No, he'll go into management. He'll be in management. He'll be out of the game, but he'll be in management somewhere.
Okay. I was like, does Bronny get cut the second LeBron retires?
Yeah, he'll work for LeBron's agent, Paul. He'll work for that dude.
Oh, Bronny will? He'll leave basketball and find a job somewhere else?
Oh, yeah, he will. He will be working for what's LeBron's agent's name?
Rich Adele.
Rand Paul.
Not Rand Paul, no.
It's Paul
Rich
something,
Paul.
isn't it?
Rich Paul. I said Rich Adele because he's married to Adele.
Is he married to her now?
Married to Adele? Yep.
Yeah, he'll work for him.
Okay.
And do his dad's estates and things like that. He'll be in charge of making sure the rent is paid monthly for his dad at different places.
You think his dad is paying rent still? You don't think he paid full price for everything that he owns?
No, he's got some rental property in places. That's what Bronny will do.
Okay. He's got a nice
rental properties, like whole condos that he rents out for folks. Bronny got to make sure those guys pay the rent.
Got a nice beach house in Galveston, you think?
It's all right.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong working for your dad. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of people work for their fathers.
That's what Bronny's doing right now, playing basketball. Serge Ibaka-Rice played for the Lakers last night. It was good to see him, the former Longhorn. 7 points, 3 of 10 shooting for him. But yeah, I don't have any major takeaways. Cooper Flag, not his best shooting performance. I don't think anyone's freaking out. If you are freaking out, let me remind you that Victor Wembanyama was 2 for 13 in his first summer league game, and I would think he turned out okay.
Yeah, I mean, good. Cooper Flag's going to affect the game in a lot of different ways, not just scoring when he's playing for the Mavs. I mean, he'll do a little bit of everything. He'll be, like I said, he'll be a fantastic defender if he wants to,
Sure, I think he will be. I think he will want to, and that's what he does. He brings that energy, and a lot of superstar talents don't give it their all for all 48 minutes. And Cooper Flag was a guy, at least at Duke last year, who every time he was on the floor, he was going 100%. So I think that's going to translate to the next level. I just think that's the kind of player that he is, and that's good news if you are a Mavs fan. The Spurs and the Sixers played last night. No VJ Edgecombe and no Dylan Harper, so no interest for me in that game.
I don't care about those summer league games. I barely care about the season until the playoffs. So.
Yeah, I like watching like the top draft picks, especially when they're like on Texas teams. So it would have been cool to see.
Yeah, you're trying to get me for $2,500 for a courtside seat at a summer league game. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that's insane. I don't know if I'd pay $20 for a summer league game. If I was in Vegas and someone's like, "Hey, I got a ticket. Do you want to go?" I'd say yes.
Yes.
But like, am I paying to go to a summer league game?
If somebody said it's only going to cost you $150 to go see Cooper Flag, you'd be like, no.
No, I'm out. And like, if I lived in Vegas, I would maybe pay $50 to go to a summer league game. If I was like there for a couple of days and I don't get out there that much and I got to make the most of my time in this city, shit, no, I'm not going to a scrimmage. You're going to the tables. I'm going to a show.
Now you're talking.
Going to the club or something. Come on. All right.
You're going to see Welcome to Hotel California guys at the Sphere. That's where you're going.
Going to a concert. Exactly. I'm doing that over going to the exhibition basketball game. No, thank you. Good news for Texas baseball. This happened a couple of days ago. I wanted to bring it up, though. Rising senior pitchers Luke Harrison, Max Scruggs, and Ruger Riojas, who combined for 20 wins this past year. All three of those guys are foregoing the MLB draft next week, and they are going to return to Texas for the 2026 season.
And I like that for all three.
Yeah, I do too. And those three guys accounted for 38% of the innings pitched for Texas in 2025. They were all pretty instrumental to Texas winning the SEC championship in year one in the league. Harrison was the most consistent starter that Texas had this year. Maybe he becomes your Friday night guy next year. Grubbs was a great bullpen piece. Your middle innings guy who got you to Dylan Volantis late in games. And then Riojas, great start to the year, kind of fizzled out at the end. But remember, Riojas was like a bullpen guy, and then he got thrown into the rotation after Jared Spencer got hurt. So, like, I don't know what Riojas is going to be, starter or reliever next year.
I see him back to the reliever. I see him back in the bullpen.
That's my preference, right? I don't know exactly what Texas's plan is for its rotation next year.
Yeah, I mean, the guys they got from the portal and all that, those guys are coming in as starting guys somewhere.
I don't know.
And plus now you get a chance to look at them and see where they fit in. But if those three guys wanted to come back, you'll find a spot for them.
I think it's kind of an open competition right now. Like Luke Harrison, is a starter. And again, I expect him to be your ace. But Saturday and Sunday, you've got a bunch of talented arms, but it might be like, who do we like the most? And who do we trust the most to eat innings in a starting role?
Now, the kid who had surgery, is this another full year that he won't pitch?
He's done.
He's done?
He's out of eligibility, too. So.
Or he is? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he was a graduate when he got to Texas, and I don't know if he's going to pitch anywhere this coming season, but.
I see. I mean, because I was saying, well, let him sit and then come back for a ninth year or something. Hell, they do that. They find ways to do it.
Who knows? Yeah, maybe he could pull a Diego Pavia and sue the NCAA, and maybe we'll see Jared Spencer in 2026. I don't know. Or in 2027, I guess.
Yeah, 27. I mean, come back, sit back, get yourself straight. Hardship, injury hardship. Who knows? They probably won't say no. You push them hard enough, you get a lawyer, get Hurricane Heck to do it, and next thing you know, that guy's pitching for you again,
That's the next Hurricane Heck bid is he's doing NIL lawsuits.
Why not? If the guy can get back on the mound.
I guess he did suffer a personal injury with his shoulder, having to undergo surgery there. So maybe that does count. Maybe he can make that happen. Who knows? Oh, man. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The go to text line 512-222-9328. A reminder, we're giving away a $25 7-Eleven gift card in honor of 7-Eleven Day. Thanks to our friend Ashish for hooking us up with this. We will mail this bad boy to you. All you have to do is hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. 8. Buck, we've got a list of the worst college football coaching hires since 2000. And there is a Texas coach who is on the list.
Wow.
A little surprised it's only one Texas coach who's on the list, but then you look at some of the other coaches who have been hired and fired around the country, then maybe it makes sense. But Charlie Strong came in at number 20. He is the 20th worst coaching hire in college football since 2000.
Damn, Charlie.
Any argument against him being on this list?
Not really.
16-21 during his time at Texas. He lost at least 7 games in each of his 3 seasons.
Ooh.
And he had the overtime loss to Kansas that kind of sealed his fate. That was a Kansas team that had lost 19 straight conference games, and they were just awful. They were the laughingstock of power college football, and that was rough. So, yeah, Charlie Strong ranked the 20th worst coaching hire since 2000.
Wow.
Yep. The worst coaching hires, by the way, number 1 on the list. There's a 2-way tie. Mike Price at Alabama and Michael Haywood at Pittsburgh. Those guys combined to go 0-0. Feels pretty hard to have a worse hire than that when your coach can't even make it to the first game of the year before getting fired.
Come on, Price.
You remember this story? Mike Price, he got fired after inappropriate behavior at a charity golf tournament that involved strippers.
Yeah, and he used his credit card.
Yeah, he had strippers and he was drunk at a charity golf tournament before coaching a game at the University of Alabama.
Why is that so bad? Come on now. It's the fact that he left him the credit card at the room.
That's the issue.
With the Bama deal on it.
Yeah. Cost the school a bunch of money doing that.
Cash only, coach. What's wrong with you?
Don't ever leave your card with some strippers. That's not going to end well for you.
No, it's not going to end well for you.
No, you're going to be
not
down
your
a lot
Alabama
of money.
Card. Not when it says Roll Tide on it.
Yeah, you knew exactly whose that was. It had the giant Alabama logo, and it said High Tide on the side.
Oh, my God.
That was pretty easy. That's not as bad as
drunk do you have to be for that one?
Yeah, to lose your credit card and to leave it with hey, these strippers are smart, man. They'll just take it. They'll take it when you're not looking. Yeah.
Back in the day, I guess they were pretty smart. Yeah, I was pretty dumb too.
If you're in the private room, you got your pants down, your wallet's in your pocket, you're not looking for a second, all of a sudden they reach in there and
and don't think they'll return your card. They won't return your credit card if that night you're missing your card and you call that particular person, you happen to get that number, they're going to say, never saw it. By the way, never saw you. Who is this? Hang up.
Yeah. Oh, Mike from last night. Yeah, no, I meet Mike from last night all the time. It's not ringing a bell. Alabama football coach. Yeah, no, I hang out with Alabama football coaches all the time. My mom used to work for Bear Bryant. So
my God.
Yeah, they're smart. But that's not as bad as the other coach. I don't remember the name, Michael Haywood, who got the job at Pitt. He was hired from Miami of Ohio. He was there for a few weeks. Then he got arrested and charged with felony domestic violence. And he lost his gig right there. And that was that.
He lost the gig before it started?
Yeah. By the way,
where's he coaching? Where's he coaching now?
I don't know if he is. Michael Haywood, you know that name? I don't even know that name. I didn't know that guy existed until I opened up this article. But Todd Graham was the interim replacement there. Todd Graham ended up having a decent coaching career. Yeah. Then Alabama pivoted to Mike Shula.
Yes.
And, that was part of Alabama wandering through the college football abyss before Nick Saban ended up showing up at their front door. So, yeah. A couple of Kansas coaches in there, by the way. Les Miles and Charlie Weiss in there for Kansas in the top 10.
Les Miles. What a character.
Yeah, great coach at LSU. National championship coach at LSU. Things did not work out too well for him at Kansas.
Man.
All right. A couple more sponsor shout outs here. We'll get back to some Texas football conversation, some questions facing the Longhorns offense, and then we got to get to this story. Apparently, Americans are now too scared to have sex. We'll dive into that one as well. But before we do, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Really afraid to have sex at all?
There's your tease, Buck.
Nice. All right. Our good friends at Woods Comfort Systems, as I said, be ready. The heat will be on here soon. And you'll need that air conditioning working properly. And our friends at Wood Comfort System, the technicians, will get to you. It doesn't matter. You don't want that temperature off by any degrees. You want that thing just the way you plan for it to be. And at Woods Comfort System, folks, they've been doing this for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Nobody does it better when it comes to heating, plumbing, and air conditioning. Call on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com, the website, 512-842-5066, the phone number to call for them. And a shout out to OLIPOP as well. I literally have 2 sitting in my fridge, which means I have 2 for the weekend. Love
Nice.
OLIPOP. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. If you're doing a little grocery shopping this weekend, make sure you pick up a can. They've got 19 different flavors, something for everybody out there. And again, OLIPOP, it tastes like soda because it is soda. But unlike the sodas that you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. Ingredients in there that support good digestive health. You've got 9 grams of fiber in every can, no fat, very few calories, very little sugar. Just all of the crap that used to come with soda is now gone thanks to OLIPOP. Pick it up, again, wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods. Wherever you go, you can find OLIPOP.
Yeah, I mean, Turner Gill must have made that list. Didn't Turner Gill go back to Nebraska at one shot?
Turner Gill was at Kansas. He was the first of the bad coaches. He was there after Mangino, and Mangino had some great years. I mean, Kansas won an Orange Bowl with Mangino.
Yeah, that's right.
Problem is, he was just eating the players, so he got fired for that.
for eating body parts.
Yeah, and they went to Turner Gill, and I don't see Turner Gill on this list. He's the guy you started to eat. He should be very high up on this list.
Yes.
I don't know how he escaped this one. Chad Morris is on here, by the way, the Lake Travis legend. Chad Morris at Arkansas. He was 4-18. Disaster.
Damn.
I don't know how he got that job because he wasn't a very good college coach at SMU. And then somehow he was 14-22 at SMU. And Arkansas is like, well, that's good enough for the SEC.
Yeah, let's bring him here.
And like, look, Chad Morris, a legend, well loved and respected around these parts. Great high school coach, but like, doesn't always work when guys go from high school to college. Joey McGuire.
Yeah, Joey, it's time to get back there. That Midland job's waiting for you. That secondary job.
Didn't work for Chad Morris, but Chad Morris is number 4 on this list. He's pretty high up there.
Wow.
I'm trying to see. Kevin Sumlin at Arizona, not at A&M.
Oh, my goodness.
Remember when Pudgy Summy left Aggieland, or after he got let go by Aggieland?
Everybody thought he was just going to. They thought he was going to cruise on in Arizona. Not so fast.
Got that second opportunity out there in the desert. He did not make the most of it. Brian Harsin at Auburn's on here. That was a disaster. Yeah, there's some interesting names on here. Herm Edwards just missed the cut at Arizona State. I'm surprised Scott Frost at Nebraska isn't on here. He apparently just missed the cut too.
They just escaped, those two?
Those two just escaped. They're in the honorable mentions category there. Yep. All right, let's get to this. Apparently you were intrigued by this intercourse story. Excuse me.
Yeah, what's the deal?
According to a recent Zip Health. Oh, can you hear me?
I got you, buddy.
All right, we got a very big delay apparently between us because there's like 5 seconds in between me talking and you answering right now. We back on?
I can hear you.
All right, still delay. We'll keep rolling. We'll figure it out. According to a recent Zip Health survey, 1 in 4 Americans say they're too stressed about money to have sex.
I think you should just go ahead and have sex and don't worry about the money.
Apparently, finance issues are becoming foreplay's biggest mood killer. Economic uncertainty is no longer just showing up in bank statements. It is now sneaking under the sheets as well, as financial pressure is reshaping how we date, relate, and procreate. More than half Americans, 53%, say the lack of affordable date nights is hurting their sex lives. So people are saying, like, it's too expensive to go on dates. It's hard for me to find women or men to take home if I can't take them out on dates, and I don't have enough money to do that, so I'm not getting laid right now.
Why don't you just go right to the main course? Don't worry about spending any money.
Well, how do you meet somebody? I guess you just
That's
go
true.
to
You
the
do have to
park.
go out. You have to go out. You're not like, hey, that's why I make HEB. It doesn't cost you anything to go to HEB on a Friday night.
You're just going to, well, that's pretty weird if you're just walking around HEB not shopping for groceries.
Oh, you can put it in the cart.
And then you just take it all back right before you leave, or you just leave the cart at the front of the store and say, hey, would y'all put these items back? It's like a dressing room at a clothing store.
I'm not saying that I have not, in my day, left a couple items in a basket and headed out.
Seriously?
Yes.
I'm too good of a guy, I guess, to do that.
Well, I put the dairy products back.
There you go. Yeah, you're just taking a bunch of ice cream out of the freezer, and you're leaving them in a cart somewhere on a different aisle.
No. You put the dairy back. You leave the stuff like bread and dog food or cat food in the basket in this roll if you don't meet anybody.
Why would you take it if you don't? Oh, okay. You're going there to pick up chicks, and then you just leave it up at the front. Okay. All right. That's
or
a
leave
strategy.
it in the aisle and just bolt out.
Guess you could do that. Yeah, I was thinking more like, I don't know, you go to Zilker Park or the Greenbelt or something, and then you meet a chick there. Like, it's free. I don't know, you might have to pay for parking, I guess, if you're driving down there, but you could just go to a park and pick somebody up.
Don't you have to bring a dog with you? What do you just sit on the park bench? That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I don't know. You go there to read a book or something. That's what people do, right?
I mean, what do? You just walk through the park with like a walking stick and a book, and then you slide up beside somebody and they hit you over the head with a purse or something. Hey, get away from me, creepy person.
I don't think a walking stick's going to help your cause. If you're trying to pick up chicks, like, I don't know if walking around with a cane is going to help your chances. I don't know if the woman wants to see that, especially if you're like a younger guy. It's like, oh my God, this guy is already needing a cane. What's going on here?
What if you come with your walker?
You come with your walker. Yeah, that's a bad bit right there. How about this?
Your walker and a puppy.
Walker, yeah. Well, if you got a puppy, you don't need to be spending a whole lot of money. Obviously, you're paying for the dog and the food and the vet bills and all of that. But if you can't get laid with a cute dog, then you just have no game. I'm here to break it to you.
Does that still work? That still works at parks?
100%. Oh, my God.
Huh.
Absolutely. It works at bars. It works at parks. Hell, now you can take your dogs on the plane. You can take your dogs to the grocery store.
Oh, it works at restaurants. That's right. It works everywhere.
Take them to the restaurant. Yeah, absolutely.
That doesn't work with me. I don't care. I don't care what her puppy looks like.
Well, no one's trying to pick your old ass up right now. I'm here to tell you.
And literally pick me up.
That's pretty easy to do, I think. Someone could pick you up, but I don't think anyone wants to like pick you up from a dating standpoint. How about this? 1 in 2 renters say that they have delayed breaking up because they can't afford to move out of the place that they live in.
Yeah, I can see that. Cheaper to keep her.
Man, that sounds pretty miserable right there. Like,
that is misery, isn't it?
You got to have another place to stay. Friends, family, somewhere. Like, you can't, if you're in a bad relationship, you can't stick around that just for the sake of saving a few bucks, right?
I don't know, boy. That money, that being kicked out is not cool, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I don't know. Broke people are having less sex and enjoying it even less when they do. Apparently, people aren't having as much fun when they're having intercourse because they're so worried about not having enough money that they're not even enjoying the experience.
Always enjoy the experience.
It feels pretty obvious to me. Like that's the time where you forget about your money. Money's not always amazing for me, but like when I'm in the bedroom, I'm not thinking about, am I going to pay my next bill?
I'm not worried about my gas. If I got gas in the car, I can get out.
Yeah. Can I buy one more Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell tonight or not? Do I need to just keep it to one, or can I have that second one? You know?
That is so disgusting.
What do you mean that's disgusting?
One more Crunch Wrap.
It's disgusting to be thinking of that stuff during sex. Treat your partner with a little more respect. That's disgusting.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Eye on the prize right there. And then maybe eye on their credit card so you can snack some more food.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that too.
You got to be careful of that too. You know, if that happens to you, but you could be the person doing that, you know?
That's why that's why I'm one of the only guys still walking around with that big ass wallet instead of the little package you can put in your front pocket when you go places.
Yeah.
You're that guy. You don't do a big wallet. I've never seen you with a big old wallet.
I've got a wallet. I mean, I don't stuff it with a ton of cash because I don't use cash a whole lot nowadays. But yeah, I still have a wallet. I'm not a money clip guy. I don't quite understand that bit where you just have all your stuff exposed like that.
Yeah, your credit cards.
Yeah, that's a weird bit for me.
No, I don't. That's always been a weird bit. My old man used to sit on his wallet. I used to see him with a wallet. It looked like a freaking notebook in his back pocket. I've always had one of those.
George Costanza wallet.
Oh yeah. He's tilted to one side because that thing is just leaning him over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tried the little metal thing one time.
Yeah.
It just didn't feel right in my pocket, you know? And I don't like keeping stuff in my glove compartment or I don't like leaving my valuables in there.
Right.
My valuables belong on me.
They belong on you. You keep your wallet in your back pocket?
Yes.
No one's ever reached in there and taken it out?
No. Oh, no. I know what my ass feels like, and I know if somebody's in there playing grab ass with me.
If someone's grabbing your ass, I would think you'd feel it. But if someone just reaches in your pocket and snags the wallet, maybe you won't. Or you probably will, because you'll be like 5 pounds lighter, I guess, with all the money you and your cousin have been making recently.
Me and Bobby.
There it is.
Me and Bobby McGee.
You don't even carry that in your wallet. You just carry that with you, huh?
No, you don't carry that kind of stuff with you. That goes to the bank.
What's in your giant wallet?
Oh, just junk, just cards. You know, I got different crap. I mean, I have like cards, AAA cards from like 5 years ago still in there. You know, you're supposed to get the new one. You're supposed to tear it up. I just shove all that stuff back in there.
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, I need my AAA card. So when I'm going to places to stay like Motel 6, they want to know if you got AAA or whatever. You got to bring out the gold cards from 60 years ago. You get a better discount.
You need a discount at Motel 6?
Of course, you can get even more off of. You can get more off of that $70 stay.
What does it make it, like $68 a night instead?
We don't stay at those places anymore. We've learned a lesson. Our last trip is now. It's about the luxury of the trip. If you're saving for the trip, you stay at a nice place. You don't stay at junk. You would save the junk for your car, for the rental.
Yeah. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm never staying at motels. You're the guy who always stays at them.
I
So
know.
next time you travel, I need at least a Holiday Inn or something like that. You know, give me a Holiday Inn Express. I don't even need the full regular Holiday Inn.
The Expresses are good. There's nothing wrong with those.
No, give me an LQ. Give me a La Quinta or something.
Yeah, no, I don't even do La Quinta. I gotta be. I'm even better than that now. I've made that decision, and if I travel with my wife, that decision's already made. She does the booking for that kind of stuff anyway. I'm not in charge of that.
Oh, man.
Or the seats on the plane.
It's not your bit.
It's not my bit when I travel with her. She does all that.
Real quick, Buck, you know, you are getting towards the age of retirement, right? You turned 70.
Yes.
Maybe you're thinking about some potential next steps at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah, being planted in the garden. That's what my next step is.
Well, there is a retirement community in Florida called The Villages, and they just opened a Hooters in the retirement community.
I am not going to any syphilis-infected old folks community at that time. Even if I'm alone, no.
Why not? What are you worried about?
I'll ask for one of my kids to stick me out back in the shed where the dog is.
It's a classic old stereotype right here. You're not going to the old folks' home?
No, man.
Come on. It's a retirement community, as they say in The Sopranos.
No.
It's not an old home. It's a retirement community. And they got
I'm not
Hooters there.
I'm not going dancing every Friday night. I'm not playing with the pickles or anything else. I'm not going to sit in the lounge with everybody else wondering what time do I get to cheering on court TV. I'm not. That's no.
You do that on your own right now. You're already doing old people stuff.
I know.
So why not do it with some friends?
No. I'm going to go down the coast and hang out on somebody's private property at the beach with a tent and a fishing pole.
Hooters doesn't do it for you. I'm surprised they're opening new Hooters. They filed for bankruptcy earlier this year. I figured they were like kind of done and starting to close them down, but apparently the olds like the Hooters.
They like the chili. That's why.
You think it's for the food?
It's for the food, yes.
I don't know, man. Look at Bill Belichick. Look at De Niro. Look at Pacino. Those guys are getting up there in age. They're trying to find like 20s pieces of ass.
It's chili. It's the chili and the grilled cheese sandwiches.
That's what you get at Hooters. You don't get the wings. No. You get chili and grilled cheese.
No, I used to get chili. I don't mess with the wings. You know what I mean? I don't put the wings on my hands. So
you're right. Yeah, that is one of your most feminine traits right there. You don't eat chicken wings. And even women don't not eat chicken wings, actually. I shouldn't associate them with that horrible take of yours.
No, I can't get that stuff underneath my nails. You know what that sauce is like if it gets underneath your nails? Look out. It never comes out.
Yeah, it does if you wash your hands. That's what most people do.
Not the stuff at Hooters. There's that extra, it's like extra burnt orange that they use. I remember the Hooters burnt orange, the real hot sauce that they would put on the wings and it'd come out. That stuff was so thick. It never looked like it was like pasted on that. That was nasty.
Well, I'll tell you what, I am applying for myself to go move to the Villages. So if you want to join me on that, that's fine. But I mean, all those olds, those chicks aren't going to be like attracted to the olds. They're going to see like, oh, who's this young guy who lives here? Nice.
There's the grandson.
That's what we're looking for right there. All right.
No, the girls there are old too. They're working.
I hope not. Yeah, I hope it's the ladies living in the retirement community who are working at the Hooter. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm out on that. The olds might be in on that. And that might spread the syphilis you're talking about, but I am not in the market for any gilfs right now.
Wow.
Right now. Keywords. All right, let's bring on the boys. It's Double R and Wags. Guys, any interest
gilfs
in this?
Aren't gilfs like 50 years old these days?
I guess as long as you're a grandma, like it doesn't matter how old you are, as long as you have a grandchild.
Yeah, they're producing early these days. Yeah.
So you could be, if you have a kid at 20, your kid is a kid at 20. That means you can be in your 40s. Being
active out on the scene there. Huh?
You could be a great gilf at some point in your life.
Gilf.
I stopped one time at Hooters in Beaumont on the way to Florida, and there were two Hooters ladies there working with child.
Did you get a full set of teeth when you put them together?
They were pregnant. I don't know. I couldn't get past the pregnant part.
God,
and they were like, flirting it up. You know what I mean? It's like
trying to get the tips.
Why? Nothing can happen. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the kid might not like it very much because they're going to feel something they don't want to feel. But
yeah. Doom, doom, doom.
Oh man, yeah, Beaumont. Man, when I was doing radio in Houston, I regret ever complaining about like having to do a show in Round Rock or Buda, because when I was doing radio in Houston, we would do shows in Beaumont like once a month.
God.
That is 2 hours, like almost 2 hours
way
from
out
Houston.
there.
So like right by Louisiana. I mean, it borders the state. But man, some of the people who would come out to our show, I love the people of Beaumont. They were great to us. But man, some of the women, just some of the people in general, you had some characters out there, dude.
Yeah, that was quite the experience. And I had this
their own OU marks, huh?
Well, and the guy that I was traveling with is a Cuban guy, and you know, some of those Cuban guys just kind of tell it like it is. And this guy's, you know, asking one. He asked one of them. He's like, "So did that happen here?" I'm like, "Holy shit! Come on, man! It's a little much.
Yeah,
a little much."
Yeah, no surprise at all. As soon as you said Hooters and Beaumont in the same breath, my mind went to a dark place. I was fearing the worst.
Oh man. Hey, Buck, look what I got yesterday. Not to change the subject, but
what you got?
Easy tag invoice. Another one.
Oh no.
Another one.
They've given up on me. I quit playing the game. You know, Rodney, they figured it out with me that the scammers can't get me anymore.
Well,
I'm not giving in to them.
So somebody needs to explain to me, because this says that if I had an easy tag, I would save money, but I have a text tag. But I mean, they have a picture of my car driving through, and it's like I owe $185.
I mean, how many toll companies do they have now? These toll things, I thought there used to be Text Dot, Text Bridge. Now there's like 6 different ones you get.
He don't even know what road he's going on. He's just getting taxed and told. That's all.
I looked at it, and it's like around here. It's a whole list of them. And
make sure it's your license plate, though.
Oh, it is. It is. Okay. And my wife is like, when have you been to Houston? I'm like, I haven't been in my car to Houston in 2 years.
Right? I just got done paying the same thing for Katie's toll bill, right? And I was just like, when were you in Houston? She goes, oh, Galveston trips. And I'm like, oh. Okay, well, we got to stop the Galveston trip.
I haven't been to Houston.
Everything's a toll road anyway. I mean, there's a little flashing light hits the back of your deal. I'm like, what is that? That used to just be an access road. How did that become a toll road?
Hey, Double R's playing a little night golf.
That's what happened.
Is he playing a little night golf?
Little night golf in Houston. That's you got caught. You got caught on that. Yeah, just don't pay them. I'm not paying any. I'm getting a bunch of like medical bills and stuff, and I'm like, I have insurance. They'll pay it. I don't think that's really how it works. That's what I'm doing right now. So, you know, someone will pay it.
I've got to the point where I know all the scammers now. I mean, I know the numbers. I know who's trying to get extra from this bill or that, and I don't even mess with it.
Well, now, I mean, you got to be careful now that AI can send a video, like scammers can.
Allen Iverson?
Video. Allen Iverson can do that too. He's not just talking about practice anymore.
They can send a video now?
AI, bro. Oh, yeah, they can do video. I mean, but little details like their extremities, like their fingers and stuff. Sometimes look at their hands. You'll see like 2 left hands or whatever. That kind of tells you. It does. It gives it away a little bit, right? Like,
no, that's just a guy from. That's just the guy from Beaumont, Wags. That ain't AI.
I love it.
So you talk about the ladies from Beaumont there, Double R. There was one, I think it's called Toby's, if I'm not mistaken. It is a gentleman's
club.
club.
Toadies.
It might be Toadies. It might be Toadies, Buck. It's a gentleman's club. I can't even church it up and call it a gentleman's club. It is a titty bar in Hawaii. In Kailua, Hawaii. There was a pregnant woman dancing. She was carrying. You could tell it was probably a boy because of how low she was carrying it too.
At
right?
noon or at night?
Oh, this was around 10 p.m.
Oh,
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Like we were. It was somebody. It was like a drunken, ugly church sweater thing. Or Christmas sweater party, and we were going around touring, and Toby's just happened to be on one. Man, it was great. Toadies just happened to be on one. But yeah, it was. Yeah. I don't know how ugly the girls were in your all's Hooters down there in Beaumont, man. But I mean, you put these girls together in this titty bar in Hawaii, and you might get a full set of teeth. It was bad.
Oh my goodness,
it was bad, man.
Full set of tits or full set of teeth?
Teeth.
Okay. Like each
white.
Each of them had a half of one or something. How does that work?
Snaggletooth, missing a few, looked like meth mouth. It was bad, man.
That thing sticks one half a dozen or the other, whatever that saying is. I don't know. Something like that.
Carry the 4. No, wait, I guess they call it regrouping now instead of carry the 1 or whatnot.
Why is everybody texting 7-Eleven on the Coda text line?
Because we're giving
I don't
away.
know. I think we got a Cabo Bob thing going on, though.
No, we got a 7-Eleven card because it's 7-Eleven today.
7-Eleven.
Oh, it is. Okay, my bad.
Get yourself a Slurpee today.
Oh, the autofocus on this camera is really working well, huh?
I love it. What'd you pay for that bad boy?
Clear as day, like my toll tag.
goodness.
There it is.
My
There it
phone
is. We got it.
$25 gift card. The randomizer. Whoa. That
Oh,
was an aggressive shake right there from the randomizer. He's a little tired. He hasn't been used a lot. He's breaking out of the cage right now.
Yeah, it's football season.
The winner of our 7-Eleven gift card is
He's standing up.
CB Producer.
Look at this guy, CB 5000.
Oh, they got 7-Elevens over there.
I was going to say, how's he going to use it?
I don't know.
Wags, where are you going?
Where are you going, Wags?
Yeah, Wags,
I'm coming back down. I'm just Cabo Bob's was standing, or excuse me, 7-Eleven was standing up.
He's scratching his nuts. That's it. He didn't want to do that on camera. So he
Little
slid down
standing
there.
desk action. Is that what
Yeah.
you got? Uh-oh.
Oh, look at you, huh? You want to go up? You want to go up?
Ah,
I'm looking
hey,
at it.
wow.
I got to show y'all something. So I have a friend in Indianapolis that works at Indy Motor Speedway. And she reached out to me and she said, hey, I'm going to send you something. And this was like right after the Indy 500. And I thought, great, Indy 500 shirt. You know, that'll be cool to add to my collection. It showed up yesterday. Check this out, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Who do we have on there?
It's
Caitlin's on there.
Sophie Cunningham,
Yeah.
Lexi, and Caitlin Clark.
What is
It's
Trace? What is Trace Letch's milk? 3 milks?
yeah. She heard. Remember, I called him the Tres Leches one day on the air, and Wags is like, "That ain't real, is it?" And boom, here this shows up yesterday, and I'm like, I mean, a little too big. But, you know,
That
whatever.
is oh my God. I'm gonna have to know where you bought that shirt, and I hope you're okay with me also buying that shirt. It's fantastic. The 3 milk, the 3 whites.
Isn't that
That is
beautiful?
awesome.
I thought Leche's was milk.
It is.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes white girls are called milk, you know?
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah,
I've been out of the game for a while, man.
Shit, I slept with this last night. You know,
Slept
it's
with
like,
those girls?
Nice.
all
You
3
slept
of
with
them.
all 3 of
All
them?
3 of them.
Oh,
Well, actually,
okay.
so I slept with 5 women last night because it was all 3 of these, my wife and my dog. That's 5
Yeah,
bitches.
you fouled out.
Yeah.
That is what we call an orgy right there, sir.
That's right.
Congratulations.
That's right.
I like that shirt.
Yeah, they look great. I mean, it's like really them, you know. So
I like that.
It's
You're gonna
really
wear
them.
that. You're gonna wear that forever. You don't need don't wear any TSU stuff to remotes anymore. Just wear that shirt to any live
Outfit
broadcast.
with like Pantene Pro V so he can smell like their hair follicles and
I'm going golfing tomorrow. I'm going golfing tomorrow, and I'm not gonna wear my mullet open shirt. Bucky, I still need to.
Oh
get
no,
this.
you got to wear that, dude.
I'm gonna wear this. Yeah, that'd be me on the golf course.
All
I
right,
need to wear one of
boyos.
those. I need to wear that to Starbucks and roll in there.
go to
I need
Hooters.
Starbucks
Let's go to
and
Hooters.
nuts.
We'll take the show to Hooters. We'll go.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
In Florida, we're in.
In
Or
Florida.
All
Boca.
right, listen, boys. Listen, have a safe weekend. A lot of folks still hitting the roads out there, so a lot of them still think it's the 4th of July.
Right, exactly. My kid's trying to
be
drive up
careful
to
over the
Dallas,
weekend
man.
because all the maniacs are out. Lots of lots of motorcycles around too.
What's going on? Some type of bike week?
I don't think so, but I've just seen a bunch of different bikes out. So you got that blind spot in your car. Be careful out there.
Oh yeah. Be good,
Later,
bud.
boys.
Have a good weekend,
later,
guys.
Later, brother.
All right,
Be
man.
good. There they go. Here we are. It's another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X / Twitterverse, and then on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. And then my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, Mr. Ronnie Rodriguez, when he is out and about glad handing everything. He is the Rodney R on on Brand X, and then the _ Rodney R on Instagram. Make sure you hit us up on our socials, like we just mentioned. If you are out and about, or if you are mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. 512-222-9328. Again, are those lottery numbers, and let's get it all done here.
Yeah.
Rodney Milkman Rodriguez.
I kind of like that. Let's start calling myself the Milkman.
So is it not going to be double R? It's going to be RMR, like you're a damn doctor or whatever.
I kind of like that. You know, got to take care of these ladies right here that I'm wearing all over my girth.
You know what? You're my favorite uncle, buddy. You are my favorite uncle.
Well, she's like,
I
I called her. I'm like, man, I was expecting an Indy 500 shirt. And she's like, oh, so you don't like it? I said, no, I love it. I'm glad you didn't send me an Indy 500 shirt. I don't want that. This is much better. So I'll try to find out where it came from. Try to figure out where it came from. I don't think this is like an Indiana Fever licensed product, but anyway, we'll take it. We'll take
Absolutely, man. Well, what's on your mind, brother? Where you want to go on this wonderful Friday?
Let's talk a little NIL. We got some Gundy sound that we can talk. We talk some home run derby because we have our top 5. We have our
yes,
top
we do.
5.
We got top 5 World Series today.
Yeah. The home run derby has been announced. All of that is there. So I think we got a pretty full Friday to go today.
Well, nice. What's your weekend looking like, though?
I'm home. Gonna go play a little golf tomorrow, like I said.
Look at
You know,
this
with
guy
the
up
girls.
on the links, man. You didn't even call me up though. We can't get it going.
You want to go? I'm gonna go play 9 holes in the morning.
Do you have an opening?
I'm
I'll
sure.
play with you. Yeah,
sure
I'll play with you. I mean,
Sure.
my feet are jacked up as shit, but I mean, if you can, we're not walking, right?
Hell no. Are you kidding? Well, it might be cart path only. I'll find out.
Find if it.
Yeah,
find out
yeah.
if we can take the carts. I'll go with you.
Yeah, we might be cart path. I'll find out for you and get back to you. But
yeah, man.
So we were talking yesterday about Big 12 Media Days, and I did find some Mike.
Did we get some entertainment? Huh? We got some entertainment.
We got some Gundy sound because obviously last year, you know, we were. I think you and I were both. Oh, Oklahoma State. Yeah, you know they're going to.
I
win
was
the Big
big.
12.
I was heavy.
Yeah.
I think I even predicted them to win the Big 12.
Yeah. Well, apparently they weren't bought into this. So this was from yesterday. Andy Staples from On3 Sports was kind of having a sit down there with Gundy. Here's Gundy's thoughts on what happened last year and what the plan is moving forward for Oklahoma State.
And then it just kept building momentum. And then after a point, about 18 months ago, I said, this is not going away. We're going to have to make some real adjustments here. So the truth be known, this portal class from January is the first class that we ever bought. We had not bought portal kids.
Wow.
That hurt us.
Yeah.
Hurt us the last year or so from a depth standpoint. And then, and that was nobody's fault. That's not the administration's fault, not the donors. That was really kind of my fault because what I had done was taken money that had been raised through donations and spread it amongst the troops somewhat evenly to the current players. We didn't go out and solicit for players and pay them to come to our team.
Ooh, whoa.
Yeah. Fair or foul.
I mean, so there's ways there's multiple ways you can go about this, right? Like you could say he was doing the team a disservice by not going out into the portal, or you would like to think that they had a collective meeting together, you know, with the teams being like, hey, we don't need to go get these guys in the portal. How about we distribute the money all amongst yourselves, right? Like that is huge loyalty from your head coach. Damn, that lacks so much vision and foresight, does it not?
Yeah, that's that's one of those things.
3 years, dude. They didn't go out. They weren't active for 3 years.
It's one thing when
at least he owned up on it, though. He took it all on the head for him. He was just like, this is all me. Like this was my decision.
I would tend to believe him if it were a situation to where you didn't know the environment that you're working in. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, come on, you had to know that how the transfer portal, and look, if he truly did, if they were getting lump sums of money from people over there, and there is money over there in Stillwater. I mean, there is money there. If they were truly dividing it up amongst his team that was already there, I mean, I totally get that. And I applaud that, but we'll see how it makes sense. All right. Cause it was, they were bad.
Does.
They were bad.
I mean, we weren't seeing transfers coming in anyways, right? I mean, and he wasn't shy about that either. Like, you know, he even mentioned that they weren't going to be, you know, active in the transfer portal. He just don't go out and make it a big scene like Dabo Sweeney does, or Dabo. Yeah, I thought I said Sydney Sweeney for a minute. Woo! We're all man. It's Friday, baby. Here we go.
It's my shirt. It's
had a nice Sydney Sweeney conversation yesterday. So
with who?
With Hunter there.
Oh,
in the conversation.
I was like,
in the chat channel.
I was like, did you and Miss Katie sit down and discuss that?
No. But I did. You know what else? Not to throw this thing all over the place and haywire already. I did see a recent Sydney Sweeney scene that was very explicit.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, it's not like X-rated or anything. It's like what you would find on Skinamax, but it's yeah, man. I mean, it's damn near close to porn. I mean,
wow,
it's wild. It would be, and I heard that she watched it with her family. If I was her dad, it would have been extremely difficult for me to sit through that scene and watch it with her. That is all I can say. Just absolutely crazy. Yeah. But so yeah, there's my Sydney Sweeney conversation. Not to make it all awkward and everything, but yeah, crazy scene yesterday.
I'm telling you, that's why my kids, I mean, these days, the people that I find extremely attractive, including these ladies on my loins here, you know what, my kids, like the Disney stars that have grown up and have blossomed into great actresses and singers and so forth. My kids are like, they're like just a little bit older than we are, right? And it's like, I hadn't thought about that part, but yeah, it's anyway. But to Gundy's point right there, it sounds like he did not know, kind of like what we're talking about with Dabo, how to navigate this environment. But he kind of leaves the door open right there to where I could read into that and say, okay, maybe he didn't know the rules. But it seems very much to me, Wags, with the transfer portal, with NIL, there are no rules.
Was it ignorance or was it stubbornness?
I would say ignorance and maybe a little bit of loyalty. It sounds like, because I do applaud. You know what? It's like when you inherit a lot of money. I mean, what do you want to do? You want to take care of the people that have taken care of you. You want to do that, whatever. But when you see all the movement in college football, all these guys that are transferring in and these teams that are transforming themselves and becoming really, really good overnight, you have to have an idea what's going on here, right?
Yeah, you have to get in the race for it.
Yeah. So I don't know, but that brings up the other part yesterday with the college enforcement arm, where they're going to try to regulate this to where now anything there's going to be a committee where anything you go out and you do an appearance, any kind of deal for over $600, you're going to have some sort of committee that they're going to make sure that it was for a valid business purpose, and within a fair market range of compensation. And this is where I think about our man Arch Manning, to where it's like, okay, is Arch Manning setting the fair market value? Because if he is, fair market value has no cap whatsoever.
Correct.
I think this is just another stab to try to do more than $600. Isn't that what happens when you make more than $600? You have to file taxes. So I'm assuming that's why that's in place right there.
I mean, I'm not a financial expert or a financial guru here, but I think you're onto something, Mr. What are we calling you? RMR?
The milkman.
RMR. I think you're onto something, Dr. RMR.
So I don't know. So that'll be fun to watch. This is just another cog in the wheel. But the whole thing with Gundy, there are no rules. You just do whatever, and we'll see if there's any improvement, because like he said, I mean, he said it outright. There are very few that have said exactly what Gundy said. We just went and bought this team. So let's see what their ROI is, because they're playing in the Big 12 and they were a huge disappointment last year.
Well, I'm with you there. But I want to address one thing about Mike Gundy, right? Like, and John, I'm with you too, amigo. He absolutely had to own it. I'm gonna have to say it's ignorance, right? Like, loyalty's there also, but I don't want to say that. Of course, he's been stubborn in his heyday, but I also want to say ignorance too. Like, maybe he didn't know the rules, and maybe he didn't want to bring an infraction upon the team, right? I can understand that. But here's a little counterpoint to that. You should, he and Dabo, right? And I see your comments about Dabo and Sweeney here, Jake. But for Gundy's sake, like, it's not so much the fact where he's stubborn to use the portal. I just don't, like you were saying earlier, I don't think he knows how to utilize or earmark the money that they're already getting or that they've had to go out and kind of say, hey, let me court this guy. Let me go after and court this guy. It would seem easy enough, right? You look for the most coveted pieces and go whisper sweet nothings in their ear and say, like, well, here's what we got to offer you at at Stillwater here. Come on down to the middle of nowhere. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
That too. It could be a very hard sell to get people to be a cowpoke, man. You just sitting here living off the glory days of Barry. I mean, come on.
Well, and this is why I think that when we see stuff like this with the two guys that we're talking about here with Gundy and with Dabo, I mean, these are older, more ingrained football coaches where the system is new. I mean, it is very much a new system, but this is where I go back to when this has been happening for a long time. I mean, let's go back to the Pony Excess time, and that's kind of what this reminds me of here with the Pony Excess with SMU. The whole thing here, this reminds me a lot about that because $600 or more. I mean, what is defined as what's the word? A valid business purpose.
Gotcha.
Valid business purpose. If I'm a football player at Texas and Covert BK wants me to go out there and do whatever, what am I supposed to go do for a valid business purpose? Go sell a fucking car? I mean, what
be an influencer, right? Influence people to I mean, I guess influencing is selling, right? You're a salesman, you're a marketer.
I guess so. Yeah. So that's where it's and with Dion with the salary cap again, we talked about that yesterday. Dion wants a salary cap because he's behind. Dion's chasing the monsters now. I mean, not just Deion Sanders is going to bring people to Colorado. So
I think you and I had this conversation sidebar, but I'm bringing it to the surface here. I thought that Dion was going to kind of be out of the game after his kids were gone. But it looks like he's invested into the whole coaching detail as it is. So I am curious to see how long the tenure is going to be at Colorado. I really am. If he's got a lot invested into all these kids, absolutely. I'm not trying to say that I didn't think that about him before, but I thought maybe the enticement to get out of college football was already there because the motivation of not having his kids was there. I don't know. It is still wild seeing Dion as Coach Prime. It's just wild.
And the whole thing for me is I'm a conspiracy theorist with a lot of these different things. To me,
are you a theorist?
A little bit when it comes to stuff like this. To me, when I hear what Dion's talking about right now, I can see Dion coaching another year. I don't think Colorado's going to be very successful because he has lost his two thoroughbreds. They're gone. I don't know who's replacing them. I haven't done a deep dive into that yet enough, but I think that at the end of this season, that's where we see Dion say, I don't like this system. This season has burned me out. I want to spend time with my family. I've had health concerns. We've already heard that. So I think this is kind of his sachet.
That's legit though, right? Like getting your foot amputated. That's kind of legit.
Yeah. Okay. It's totally legit. But I mean, the other quote from this whole thing that's going to try to regulate what's valid and not valid, quote, any attempt to delegitimize the roles that collectives play in today's collegiate athletics landscape ignores both legal precedent and economic reality. What? Wide open.
You're speaking some science, buddy. You're talking science on a Friday.
Wide open is what it is. So anyway, just little science of college athletics right now, Wags. Just a little science. But yeah, so there's your Mike Gundy sound. He spoke.
We got him, and there. I thought we were gonna get some, mother of children, but no, we actually got something. Something with substance there.
He did. Well, kind of along the same lines, mother of children, all that. He was taking care of his guys. So again, he's a great humanitarian, is what the mullet man is.
I was gonna break this too, Patrick. You're on point. Breaking news. I don't know if it's breaking news, but my man TB12 is the actual GOAT. Sofia Vergara. And he have been reported having a summer fling romance in Spain. I don't have, I don't have any other sounders than that. Yeah, she is. When you want to talk about, is she a gilf?
I don't know. Does she have any grandkids? I don't think she does.
She's gorgeous. She ages like fine wine. I saw some type of like celebrity showdown to where it's supposed to be Elizabeth Hurley versus her. Elizabeth Hurley is 60, and Sofia Vergara is 53, or she might have just turned 50. I'm sorry. But I don't have their age. I'm not like you. I don't have that on recall, my guy. But anyways, if there's one more that could probably top them both, Selma Hayek.
Mm-hmm.
Selma Hayek is probably the GOAT of all GOATs. But yeah, congratulations to Tom Brady. That's one hell of a summer fling. I wonder if that's going to blossom into something magical and something special. But hell, what a wonderful place to have a beautiful Spanish fling in Spain. So
that's what you truly call taking in the tourist attractions right there.
My goodness.
And I'm going to Mexico next week. So let's see what I run into. Well, the wife's going with me, so I'll probably just run into the bar. But I mean, good for that dude.
Should be me, not him. It absolutely should be you, Jake.
She is one of those, because you mentioned Liz Hurley and like with Jennifer Aniston, I think is another one. So many of these women.
Really a fan of Liz Hurley, even when she was in like where was she? What was that movie where she was like the devil or something? You know what I mean? She with Brendan Fraser. She was with Brendan. I think it was Brendan Fraser. You know what I'm talking? Shit, I got Google right here. Hold on.
See, these women, I mean, there are so many of these that they age so well, like Jennifer Aniston. I mean, that girl.
Bedazzled. I mean, you ever seen Bedazzled?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
I haven't seen that. Reese Witherspoon. I mean, the more that she ages.
Reese, it's just Reese Witherspoon.
You know who I saw the other day? I mean, when you want to talk about people that have gotten a little bit older, kind of been through some shit, and then they come back I saw Shania Twain the other day. I hadn't seen her in years. I didn't even know that she still performed. She came rolling out, and I'm like, wow, look at that. Remember, she was
better have your boots been under there, huh?
She was married to that dude Mutt Lange, that was the producer of Def Leppard. Oh, talk about
She was with it. That was their.
Yeah, that was her husband. That was her husband for a lot of years. I think he produced her. I mean, produced her albums or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, he produced her. Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, I'm with you, John. I'll have to sign off. That's always the celebrity that I've compared my wife to, with Jennifer Aniston. But yeah, it's man, it's the Latin. Selma Hayek has probably got the top of the pinnacle for me, top of the pantheon.
Be careful with that. Be careful with that, because when they get mad,
I'm all about the crazy, baby. I'm all about the crazy. My wife's half Sicilian, half Czech, so
yeah,
that's a lot of crazy right there. So
yeah. Note to self. Yeah. Jennifer has been posting. She is. I mean, she's living this thing up. I mean, even what's her name? The other friend, Courtney Cox. She's gotten older. You know, she looks
like that.
Her name, isn't it? COX.
That is her name. You are. I love the diction.
Yeah, I learned that at Broadcasting 101 to be sure and hit the diction.
Hold on. CB producer CB says Tom Cruise is with Ana de Armas, or Ana de Aramis. That's how you pronounce her name. She's Portuguese. Ana de Aramis. No, she's not. She's Cuban, right? She's Cuban. Is this true? Can we get verification on this?
I mean, these dudes, I mean, you know, they just kind of move on. You know, it's like they find. I still want to know who Aaron Rodgers married, and I mean, meanwhile, these dudes are over here.
Probably some tree hippie lady, for all I know, that makes ayahuasca on the fly. Where do you want to go next, partner?
I got to ask you. So CB sent us, because the other day, another one that is just aging so beautifully. Did you see Emily Blunt? Did you see her now?
I have not seen Emily Blunt. Did he send us that? Hold on.
He did. It's in the Twitter.
I think I'm confusing Emily Blunt with the person that's playing in the Final Four. Or not Final Four. Jesus. In the Fantastic Four.
I saw Emily Blunt was a babe when she was a blonde, or a dark-haired lady, and that was when she was much younger. I saw her in some other films, and that's another one where she's
CB. Thank you, John Krasinski's wife. Okay, that's who. She was in Oppenheimer.
Yeah. She was in
Oppenheimer.
Yeah. And another one, the last one that I'll talk about when it comes to older, the Landman lady, Miss Larder, Allie Larder. Okay. That's another one.
All right. Are you done? This isn't even the top 5 and you're naming top 5s.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to have top
five.
5.
I'm sorry that I, got you down this road. I introduced this avenue of approach. This is on
the shirt.
My bad.
It's the shirt.
I'm gonna pull a Mike Gundy here. This is on me.
It's a shirt. Hey, before we hear about our friends at Covert Bee Cave, we didn't we specifically, Wags, last week before the 4th of July, before you left, we said, look, when you're going to go out there and pop fireworks and do all these different things, don't be like JPP. Didn't we specifically say that? And we know that everybody.
Mr. Harris Najee Harris doesn't listen to the show. Clearly.
See what happens when you get away from Mike Tomlin? You go do undisciplined things. When you hang out with Jim
Hold on,
Harbaugh,
are you saying Coach Harbaugh is not disciplined?
Oh, Mike Tomlin wouldn't let him pop fireworks. Jim Harbaugh's probably like, go have fun. Now he's having
sleepovers with with his players and everything.
Yeah, where are the Chargers at now?
John Madden football.
The Chargers are in what town? L.A.
Yeah,
they're like,
I was getting ready to say the San Diego song.
Yeah, me too. I'm thinking San Diego, but yeah, come on, Najee. An eye injury on top of that. Hopefully, it's not serious. But
I'm over here laughing at all these damn comments. Patrick, what are you all referring to here? John, the crazier they are, the best kitty. What are you? Where are we at on Friday? My God.
I tell you, man, it's just all over the map. It's all over the map today.
I love how this show becomes, the sexual deviant show over here, man. All right, where are we going next, partner? Let's go.
We're going to the beautiful hill country of Covert Bee Cave. So again, Covert Bee Cave is sitting over there. What a segue! Hey, when you need a sexy, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to go, and it's out in the beautiful hill country. 7 different OEMs you're going to find out there. 3 state-of-the-art service bays. I tell you, they have it all at Covert Bee Cave. The Coverts have been doing this for centuries and are ready to take care of you. Check out covertbeecave.com, and here's a word from a few satisfied Covert Bee Cave customers.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Wags, you watched the Home Run Derby special last night. It's like everything is a special presentation. We got to announce.
It's marketing, man. It's marketing.
I know.
How do you feel about the format? I mean, format stays the same. Are you cool with? I was reluctant when they first rolled this out last year, but now, I mean, after seeing how it went down and how it was executed, I think I'm a fan of this, right? Or maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment.
No, I like it. And actually, there's names in here that make me want to watch. We've talked about Cal Raleigh, but I think with Jazz Chisholm, I think with Ronald Acuna Jr. Did you see in that? So he's kind of been floated that maybe the Braves would part with him. Did you see that?
Yeah, because of injury, right? So, and I don't think the Bravos are going to get rid of him here. I think the Braves are going to be fine. I think they reload. I think what's keeping, we all know what's keeping the Braves down is injuries, right? Once they heal up and get healthy, they'll be fine again.
Yeah, absolutely. But
I think I don't know if maybe if the right number comes along, right, and the right return comes along, the perfect return comes along, he potentially he could get shipped, but he's a young, electrifying player that can, obviously lead in steals on the base path and be a menace on the base path there, but also contribute to RBIs and run scoring too. So he's just a 5-tool player that you need to have in your lineup, man. If I'm the Bravos, I'm retaining them.
And while this is a decent lineup, I mean, there's names here that are with Rooker, with Wood. I mean, these are names that I will watch it. I mean, I will watch it, but I really wish that we could get back to the days of where you have the big the big sluggers in here. I mean, you have those big names in here, and I think that's where baseball could market itself a little bit better to get those.
I mean, they got young athletic and electric home run hitters. They're going to be able to smash in this, and I think that's what kind of the home run derby is for, right? Like we know the marquee players, right? The the old school Mark McGuire's of the day, right? We already know who those guys are. This is kind of like a chance for like Pete Alonso. I mean, and hell, this is kind of how Pete Alonso's name came to bat. Like Pete Alonso wasn't exactly killing it with average and stuff like that, but he can mash. The dudes can absolutely mash. That's kind of where I'm at for the home run derby. Like, it's not a spectacle to see like the best hitter ever. It's just the guys that can hit it the farthest. And,
yeah.
The All-Star game houses and fosters the best players of the league. The home run derby is supposed to be the marketing spectacle. It's kind of like the same way I feel about the dunk contest and in the 3-point shooter. Like I would love to see Steph Curry being win the 3-point contest every year, but I also like seeing some of these young talented players that don't get a chance to play in the league all the time kind of emerge and show off their stuff. It was I say that, but it was really cool to see Adley Rutschman compete in the home run derby contest. Again, and I would have him or say that he's one of the top all-stars in the league, clearly. But yeah, usually I'd like to have it reserved for some of the players that aren't exactly of the marquee limelight. That way they get a chance to kind of showcase their potential and their power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what I also do like about with the All-Star break and so forth, because you have the futures game, which I think is really important, because you get a lot of these kiddos that are in AA or whatever the case is. You put them on a national stage and they get the opportunity to shine. One guy that will not be in that is Shea Whitcomb with the Astros. The Astros calling that guy up. I'm curious to see how long he's going to stay up, because with injuries, that's essentially, I would say, the reason for this happening. So you'll have Altuve going back to his left field position, I'm assuming. But the Astros, with that 7-game advantage, you bring that dude up, and with Whitcomb there coming up from the Skeeters from Sugarland. So you have that move coming. So he won't be in the futures game. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the Bashers in there. I mean,
Raleigh's 3-1 to win this thing, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Cal Riley.
Night. Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, at least there are a few more household names in there that will make you want to watch. Because let's be honest, I mean, there's probably a lot of people that are like Cal Raleigh. They're just hearing about him now. They're not honed into what the Seattle Mariners are doing. So yeah, I think it'll be cool to watch. Good lineup.
Yeah.
Good
Buxton
lineup.
Buxton has a sweet swing too. Yeah, I'd like to see the power that we all know the speed that Acuna has, right? I'd like to see the power being flexed by Acuna Jr. as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the Astros, Silver Boot Series, Wags. Here we go. Little Texas flair taking us into the weekend. Somehow the Astros, I mentioned, are 7 games ahead when they just dropped the series. But like we were saying yesterday, nobody can step up and challenge them. So there you go. And your team, they take 2.
Had the doubleheader last night or yesterday, huh?
They take 2.
Getting two yesterday, baby, against the Metropolitans. Yeah, man. Bird's looking good. Bats are starting to come together. And young arms are starting to prevail here in Baltimore. So it's been a nice fresh breath of air right now. And just don't hold your breath too long, because you don't know how soon the next one's gonna come, or how long this nice piece of pitching is going to last here, because usually it's in the door and out the door the next day, or that so it appears to be with Baltimore here. But Baltimore's starting to hit a little bit of a winning streak. I mean, it's lost one, took 2 out of 3 to the Metropolitans here, but still it was nice. It would have been nice to see the sweep, but good to get on the winning spot here. And again, I mean, being able to go out and beat 2 clubs now, 2 clubs that are kind of superior in the National League, and we'll see if the Orioles can keep it hot.
I'll tell you, man, we talk about it all the time where it comes to baseball with that whole momentum and just it is very.
Believe in it, though. I just don't believe in the momentum.
Well, I mean,
it's next day starting pitcher, buddy. That's hitters can stay hot, right? Like hitters can be seeing the pill very well, but usually the minimum is reserved for the next day arm, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. And it's very much
that's Mr. Momentum, right?
And with Baltimore in that division, I mean, that's a whole thing that we go back to. I mean, if Baltimore was in the AL West, it's like
different conversation.
Yeah, it's a totally different conversation.
I don't know. They're still low. I mean, are they at 40 yet? I don't even know what Baltimore. Yeah, 42 wins. Sorry, 42 and 50. So
you give them a puncher's chance.
And so in another conference or another division, sure, I mean, they can swing, but they ain't swinging for much in the East this year.
Yeah, and to John's point right there, which, by the way, jealous, he's heading over there to watch this extravaganza, as we call it. Yeah, Ronald Acuna, I mean, that's the name that pops in there, and there's your draw. I mean, that's a guy that will put eyeballs on this. And look, it's really cool to see those kids out there catching those balls and all that. I mean, Major League Baseball does a really good job with that. But
oh,
look at that.
Oh, yeah, John, that's a win right there. Got to meet Livy and Paul there.
Yeah, you got that right.
Jeez. Did you look at Paul at all, John? Were you ever able to take your eyes off of Livy?
Yeah, Wags, you got that right. You put Livy first. Yeah. See, that's another one. I mean, with this whole NIL thing, when she's going to do different things over $600, what is perceived business purposes and market value? Her showing her booty.
It's an appearance fee.
Yeah.
People have speaking fees. You
I
can have an appearance fee.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
get me
exactly.
to appear. People want to see me. What a world we live in, man. What a time to be alive, man.
Yeah, I mean,
you're gonna pay me to appear. Huh?
I've been paid to MC gigs where they give me a whole $10, and if that's setting market value, these athletes are in trouble. You know what I mean, Wag? I got paid one time $27.50 to MC an event, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm breaking the bank here. But yeah, Livy Dunn. I mean, for example, what are we putting we're putting a market value on her body. It's worth a lot.
Oh, are we back? Man, we were on we had a lot of good momentum talking about sports, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And
we did.
Yeah, truly, here is the thing.
Then you steered the ship back to the women.
Hey, I didn't.
Uncle Ronnie's here today, guys. Uncle Ronnie's here.
John did it. Speaking of baseball, Wags, what do we got? We got quarter of the hour. You think we're gonna go down that top 5 road?
Yeah, let's do it, amigo. Let's go. I'll give you greens. Go ahead, amigo. Or do you want? We got to get some spot. Let's talk about audiovisual consultations first. Whether you're watching baseball, hockey, football, all the top 4, it's all done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678 are the lottery numbers. Make sure you give them a call. Ask for Tom. And he'll come out there, give you a free consultation, and tell you, hey, man, I would put this here, that there, whether you want the 2 TVs or you want the 4 TV setup or the trifecta, like Uncle Ronnie is in his house today, man. Just give him a call, 512-255-8678. Go to the Gallery of Projects on their website at avconsultations.com. That way you can get an idea of what you want in your house if you don't like the ideas that I just mentioned not so long ago. But yeah, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Wags, did you see who was on with the guys this morning?
Did not.
We finally got to see him. Your man, our man, my man, Hurricane Hecht.
There he is.
Yeah, Hurricane Hecht was on, and dude got a phone call in the middle of the interview.
Had to go fix it. Had to go fix things. Fight for Texans.
He forgot to mute it. It was some guy. He got hit by an 18-wheeler with a 5-year-old driving it that was drunk. And so he's going to take that case. I think it was a bit, but yeah, he played that off well. And that's the new lawyer in town right there. You want to do that, Wags? You want me to do that? You want to talk about
You got it, man.
Okay. New lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's right. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney. He used a phrase today that describes all these guys standing in the Hacksaw Duggins and all these different people that talk about billboard lawyers is what he called them. And that's what they are. You drive down the tollway, you drive down 290, 183, 35, and that's what you see them over there. See them on TV making all of these promises, all of this stuff, whatever the case is going to be. When you call our man Ryan Hurricane Hecht, you are going to deal with him, just like the person that called him today while he was on the air. this guy injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, a dog bite, whatever the case is, you call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade, and you don't pay unless you win. That's the other part about that. No retainers, none of that. He talked about that this morning. You don't pay unless you win. No fees unless he gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with your clients, Austin-based and Texas proud, friend of the show, friend of BK, a fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. Don't let those big insurance companies bully you around. He talked about that this morning, how they're going to call you and they're going to say, have I got a deal for you? This is Bob Barker. I've got a deal for you. Nope. Don't let them bully you around. Hurricane Hecht will blow their case wide open. Call them today, 512-938-8929. That's not a call center. That's not a call center. That is his number. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him that you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, he told us this morning, check out his TikTok page because he's going to start putting up some videos there. I think it's at Hurricane ESQ. At Hurricane ESQ. I don't think he's going to stand on cars and be in helicopters and do all these things and do videos with 4-year-old kids or none of that. But check him out. It is Hurricane Hecht, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. To the top 5 we go, Wags. You want to start? Or you want me to start?
Go ahead. You got greens, buddy.
Okay. So again, for those of you that aren't familiar with this, these are our top 5s. These
are
are
our favorites. They're not the best. We know they're not the best top 5 in the World Series pantheon. We got that, or else, we just had the same list, I would think.
Yeah. So again, I go number 5. Number 5. I went with the 2003 Florida Marlins. It's weird to say World Series.
They're not even. Is that a young?
That was a very young Miggy Cabrera. 20
before
years
he went to
old.
the Teagues, right? Before he went to the Tigers.
Pudge Rodriguez, Derek Lee, Jeff Conine was on that team. And that was kind of right on the heels where you had, remember they had Gonzalez and just all of that mess right there. Florida was relatively new, a newer franchise, and they've never really gotten up off their feet, even though they have.
Yeah, that was a good team. I can't believe I left. I slept on that one. That's a good pool, dude.
That was the year of at Wrigley Field. What's his name? The guy in the stand.
Real quick.
What? The guy in the stand.
Oh, they robbed him. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
That was that year.
Oh my God.
Dude.
Oh my God.
And I remember watching that series, and I'm like, shit, it's like when you get new franchises, I'm like, oh no, we don't need to change the status quo. But yeah, that 2003 Florida team, because it was a mixture of characters. I mean, the guy that got me in the day that I was a Dodger, the guy that got me in that day was Josh Beckett. Shit, he was on that team. Josh Beckett was on that 2003 Florida Marlins team. So yeah, number 5 for me, and it probably should be Dontrell Willis. Dontrell Willis was on that team.
That's a crazy. I'm looking it up right now. That's a crazy roster,
right?
That's a crazy roster. I'm shocked that I did not even have that anywhere near my.
Yeah, I went. Well, I'm old, Wags.
Yeah, but see, that's just it. Like I got what, two 80s teams in here.
Nice.
Right?
All right. Yeah. Okay, that's number 5 for me.
I didn't even see a game of one 80s team.
Yeah.
Or I can't remember a game. I can't recall a game of one 80s team.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, and the manager was old as shit. Yeah, exactly. What was that guy's name? I can't remember that dude's name. But oh my God, I can see him as clear as day sitting in that dugout. But anyway, yeah, that Cubs thing was the biggest thing about that, where it's like that's when the attention really focused, where it's like, oh, good, another curse. But yeah, they went on to win the World Series. So good stuff right there. You want to go 5? Or you want me to
go? Yeah, go all 5.
Okay. Number 4, I did go back to. It was one of the like the real feel good teams for me as a kid. Even though I wasn't a fan of this, I just thought it was good baseball. The '79 Pirates with Willie Stargell and we are family. You remember they would play all that, and that was as the time that the Pittsburgh Steelers were destroying the Oilers and the Cowboys in championship games and Super Bowls. But I really latched onto that because, Pittsburgh's a, steel working town, hardworking people. And that team just kind of gave the feel of what the city of Pittsburgh was. So I went with the '79 Pirates. Number 3 for me was the and it does pain me to say it a little bit because the Astros were still an NL team, but the 95 Braves that finally got over the hurdle.
I knew you would have them on here. I left them on. That rotation, that's probably one of the best rotations in baseball, man. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
and what was so crazy about that one for me, because remember that was the year, because 94 was when they had the strike shortened year, when it was like, which Seattle probably would have won a World Series that year, maybe as good as they were, but you had the work stoppage and everything happened. Here comes 1995 around. A lot of people are turned off, and the Braves finally win the World Series. So it was just a really good team. And this is just number 2 for me on the premise of it was just a really, really good team. A really, really good team and a stacked team. 98 Yankees. My God, they were just that good. I mean, they were just, when you want to talk about powerhouse teams like the Dodgers and so forth, this is where, Steinbrenner back in those, I mean, it was just the 98 Yankees, number 2 for me. Number 1, a little bit of a tie, a real surprise to everybody that listens to this program. But to me, the number 1 team for me, the 22 Astros. The 22 Astros, because of what had happened in 2017. It was a big deal to me in 2017 because my team finally got over the hurdle with that cast of characters they had. But then you had all of the mess that happened thereafter, all of the fallout, just changes. Here comes Dusty Baker that we were talking about a couple of days ago. He comes in. He's going to be the stalwart that kind of takes them through the storm, takes them through the battle. They find a way to win that championship. The game 6 with the no-hitter, where you had the 5 pitchers or whatever that combined for a no-hitter to win that 22 Astros teams, where that was kind of the redemption moment for Houston, to where it's like, yeah, we know what happened. We own it, but we're back and we're still that damn good, and we're still at the top of the AL West in 20 and 25.
Yeah, go on, cook, amigo, cook.
There it is. All right, that's my top 5.
All right, that's a good top 5. Now I'll have to say, like, I got spoiler alert. I got a team that I've never seen at the top 5, at the top of my top 5, but it's my favorite team, so it is what it is. I could have put the 1970 Baltimore Orioles in there, but we'll reserve it for the number 1 team. Anyways, let's go with the. And this is probably sacrilegious. I understand that, but you guys have to remember, I was in Iraq when this was happening. In Fallujah, actually, and the Red Sox were down in the American League Championship Series 3-1, or I think it might have been 3-0, if I stand correctly. I think they were about to get swept. I had to wake my captain up for watch. Right. I remember having to get him up. He was the next one in rotation. Right. Like, and I was the NCO, the non-commissioned officer at the time in charge. So I had to get him up for the next watch, and he was from Boston. Right. And when he went to bed, he goes, "Wagner, I hope you wake me up with some good news." And meaning, like, he knew that we were going to be able to listen to BBC radio, and I would be able to hear some of the, the scores or whatever. Woke him up, and I didn't even wait till his shift was over. Like like they had the actual game playing on the damn radio, and I was going to, and I was like, "Captain, I don't want to dox him, but fuck it, Captain Griffin, sir. Red Sox just came back and swept the damn Yanks, or excuse me, not swept the Yanks, but came back and beat the Yanks in the American League Series, and I'm sorry to wake you up." He goes, "Wagner, that's the best effing news I've ever heard in my life, man." And
that's awesome.
Sure enough, they went on to win the World Series. So, yeah, it's sacrilegious, but still that memory it resides in me. And at least it wasn't the Yankees, right? That's to sit here and say, if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, if that's what you're thinking at that moment, well, the Red Sox were my friend at that moment, because the worst team, like of course, they're probably one of the best. You could put all Yankees teams on our top 5, honestly, right? Yeah, all the Yankees World Series teams on our top 5. But you will find a damn one of them. No pinstripes on my top 5 for me, buddy. But yeah, sacrilegiously enough, the 2004 Boston Red Sox.
That one's hard to pass up. I mean, it was just, as a baseball fan, to watch that happen. And the history with that too. It was just incredible. And if you're a Yankees detractor, you love the meltdown. So
you do love the meltdown there. David Ortiz, Johnny Damon, Manny Ramirez, who's Millar, Kevin Millar, Austinite, Kevin Millar there, Jason Varitek. Just you start thinking of some of the cornerstones of the Boston Red Sox in the early aughts and hell, late 1990s, and there you have them. They were just able to round it out and get it done for Boston. And again, something magical. Boston able to collect the championship for the first time in ages, almost getting that monkey off the back right there, man. So again, that was my number 5. Number 4, the 2014 Chicago Cubs, another organization able to get the monkey off their back after a long drought of not being able to win the World Series there. Miguel Montero, Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zorbist, what do you say, very young Chris Bryant, a vibrant Chris Bryant back in his youthful days there. I just thought the Cubs were Jake Arrieta being able to lead the charge too, from being able to rake at the plate also when he had to get up to the plate sometimes. But yeah, just a fun team to watch. And again, the Cubs being able to kind of collect it and get it done there for the fan base at Wrigley. I thought they deserved a nice little shout out here in my top 5. The 1989 A's.
That was quite the series.
I do have a vivid memory of the 1989 A's. They are the reason why I love baseball. Now, of course, you'd be like, well, Wags, aren't you a Baltimore Orioles fan? Yes, I am. But my favorite player growing up was Ricky Henderson, right? I played first position I ever played was center field. I was pretty quick growing up. Seriously, I had some wheels to me. I could cover a lot of space in the outfield. Not that many people were hitting it to the outfield in Little League, especially like young Little League baseball. But still, I could cover a lot of ground, and I had a strong arm. Right now, a couple of years later, I was moved behind the plate and I was calling the game. I was actually the general on the field, being a catcher. That's why I know the game so well.
That was the Earthquake series, right? I mean, that was
the year later was the
year later. Okay,
when San Francisco.
That's right.
Won. But yeah, Ricky Henderson, MVP of the series here. Very young Mark McGuire. Just one of the best assembled or fascinating teams that I've ever seen playing baseball. And of course, they won the World Series. The 2001 Diamondbacks. And honestly, you don't even really have to go further past Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson. Probably two of my favorite players or favorite pitchers, without, mentioning Roger Clemens. He's up there. That's probably the Trinity, I would say. One of the Trinities. I'm sure that I could put Mike Messina in there or a Maddox, but these guys were kind of like the dominant pitchers of my day, and it was just magical to see Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson on the same team at that time, right? To be able to see those two guys be able to do it. So yeah, shout out to the Diamondbacks there, and the number one team of all time, a team that I've never seen play a game, the 1983 Baltimore Orioles, the World Series champions, Baltimore Orioles there. A young, very veteran savvy Rick Dempsey there. Got to see a lot of his broadcast games, but never really a lot of his live games there. But yeah, you had Eddie Murray, Cal Ripken.
Oh, Eddie Murray, man.
He was fantastic, dude. I mean, want to go to Flanagan. Flanagan for their pitching, or Paul. I had an old Jim Palmer, but I think Flanagan was the main pitcher there for Baltimore in 1983. But yeah, of course, it's kind of below the belt there to everybody that loves baseball, but I haven't seen any of the 1983 World Series games live. But whatever. I'm a Baltimore baseball fan. That's gonna be my number one.
It's your top
cop out. It can be considered a cop out. It's my top 5.
Yeah. You know which team I really liked a lot too.
Okay, DJ Dog does verify that was I thought the year after was the Earthquake series, but yeah, the 89 series was the Earthquake series.
That 91 the 91 Twins with Kirby Puckett. I mean, that was a group where that was really cool to watch as well. And again, with Minnesota,
I remember the Twins, Kirby Puckett, Chuck Knobloch.
Yeah. That was a really cool group to watch. And then 86
Pitching Death Bringer.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Remember when 86, when you had Doc Gooden and Darryl Strawberry with the Mets, they beat Boston.
That's another good tandem right there, man.
Yeah, those guys. I mean, just everything that was in that. I mean, you had these two young dudes that were on the, I guess, lesser valued New York bunch.
The Mets exactly weren't the New York. Actually, no, the Yankees had a heyday. The Yankees had their heyday in the 80s, right? But I mean, the Yankees weren't exactly killing it with Don Mattingly, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Twins finished. Yeah, negative run differential was the Twins, and that's where we see so many. And that was who they beat the Braves.
Were they against San Francisco? Who the hell were the Twins playing?
I thought they beat the Braves. I think they beat the Braves.
I think you're right. You're right. They beat the Braves.
That was a high-powered Braves team. I mean, and I specifically remember that series because it was like,
was that the start of that buzzsaw of the Braves team? Was that the beginning of that Braves team?
Might have started the year.
That Braves team was like 4 years in a row, wasn't it?
Might have started the year before. And to me, that's why 95 was so cool, because even though I wasn't a Braves fan, it's like, okay, they finally. I mean, because look, I mean, it's like the Buffalo Bills. I'd like for them to win a Super Bowl as long as they don't beat the Dallas Cowboys, because they've never won a Super Bowl. I'd like the Minnesota Vikings to win a Super Bowl because they've lost 4 times. You can't help but like that. Oh,
so
Tony Gwynn.
John, Tony Gwynn's probably the best hitter. I mean, stats don't lie, right? But Tony Gwynn's probably the best hitter I've ever seen be able to do it, just to be able to call his shot like, well, I see a gap right there, I'm going to wait and time this thing and hit late, right? Like Tony Gwynn just he was an artist. He was, to precision and perfection. Tony Gwynn was. I remember the clip that I saw where he just absolutely lashed out. And it made me. It made me take baseball to another level, or just kind of analyze baseball to another level, talking about like with spin cycles, right? With spin rotations on a ball. He shouted out, "I can't see the ball. I can't see it." And it like, I didn't understand. It wasn't registering in my head at that time because I was just so young, right? Well, what do you mean? Is it too fast to where he actually can't see the damn ball? What he was talking about was the seams. He couldn't get a tip on what type of pitch he was seeing. That's what made Tony Gwynn so great, was his vision. He could see the seams coming, and he could predict what type of the pitch was going to be, right? Based off of if you've seen the seams throw over, multiple times, it's fastball, right? If you see it spin like that, it's curving. It's just it's wild to the depth that these players actually get, man, on the field. And yeah, Tony Gwynn just to this day resonates as one of the best hitters in my lifetime ever, as being able to see the ball. So John, tip of the cap to that one.
I just think of Tony Gwynn in that puke brown and yellow San Diego Padres jersey back in the old days. That's when I think Padres right across here, right here where I have these girls. Padres right across the front.
The Friars, baby.
Friars. There it is right there.
What's up, boys?
How's it going?
Happy Friday. Everything all right?
Yeah. I didn't even realize it was Friday till this morning, to be honest.
Jeez.
That's kind of how it's felt lately.
So every day's a Monday for you, huh, Jordan?
Yeah, not the
in this in the current state of Texas football recruiting, every day is a Monday. So
I mean, it's felt like that the past couple of days. Lost another one yesterday, guys.
Yeah, we saw that one.
We saw. It's 7-Eleven day today.
That's right.
So that means what? Like free slushies or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah, you go up there, you get a free slushie on 7-Eleven.
You know that machine's going to be broke.
I mean,
when
always, the one in my corner is always
broke.
Man,
I live like half a mile from 7-Eleven. I can walk to it.
I'll go get one.
It's too hot to walk.
Used to do the thing.
Half a mile still too long in this Texas heat, man. It's
where.
I'm driving.
You could
but I could walk if it ever came to it.
They doing that this year? You know that.
What's that? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
You know, you could bring any container for a Slurpee. So,
oh, really?
I didn't know that. Are you serious?
I don't know if it's still a thing. I know at one time it was.
I thought you had to abide by what was sanctioned in the store.
I thought they gave you like a little cup. I don't know. I
remember a little taster. Yeah,
I remember one year we did back at I think it was KOKE. We did a 7-Eleven remote on 7-Eleven, and it was like these people are like vicious for the Slurpee. I'm like, shit, man, I'll buy you one. Calm down, jeez Louise.
Rod, where was that KOKE station at?
Oh, that was here in Austin. Coke FM. It was the partner station. Look at that. Partner station with the horn. Yeah, 90, what was it? 90.
You get your Coke Fest tickets back?
No.
No.
Yeah. It was way back when it's always been in Austin. It was back in the 70s. It was kind of a contemporary music station, but then it was rebirthed with the company we all used to work for. And it was right there next door. Remember, we'd run into them all the time. Wags, right there. There was Bob Cole.
There's a kid I grew up with playing. We went to school together and played sports together. I think he ended up at like Concordia golfing for them or something. Concordia University, like in North Austin. But his name was Coke, Koke, Coke Dulce, and his family.
That's a money name, bro. That's a money name.
Yeah, right. His family, he had this like red hair afro a lot of the time growing up. And his family had a business. It was like his grandpa and grandmother where it was Coke. But I forget if it was the radio station or what it was. They're from Alpine, like his family is. So I think it might have been something out there. But they named him Coke after something the family had done, or it was a business or something. So I thought it might have been that, but
remember,
not gonna be able to remember.
Wags, remember those shirts that they had where it said, "I'm hooked on Coke"?
Yeah, I'm hooked on Coke.
Those are pretty good. Good
marketing. Good marketing right there. Gents, we're going to get out of your hair and let y'all talk about recruiting, man. Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend, boys.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Yeah, Patrick, this is the thing. I don't remember if it was Alpine, Texas or Alpine, Colorado, because there's two Alpines. But I've been to Alpine, Texas, out in West Texas. I've been to a few different of those small towns out there. But, hey, welcome into I can confirm he was not. He grew up in Lakeway, Texas. He was not anywhere near a crack den. But welcome to the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. There's a recruit announcing a commitment later today. We expect it to be Texas, but hey, can never get too high with what's happened as of late. We'll get to that in a sec, but first we'll start off with Jamarian Carlton. We talked a lot about it yesterday. Committed to Baylor like we expected. To be honest with you, they had just done a better job throughout this recruitment. They prioritized him as the number one guy on their board, and they ended up getting him. They're making a big push for Waco area, 254 area kids, and that's, Temple, Waco high schools, all that, and they have a lot of those kids committed. And to be honest with you, they've done a really good job in figuring out which prospects, I should say, are not. Like Jamarian Carlton is the only prospect Baylor has won out that was a top target or not one of the top targets at either point for Texas or Texas A&M. But like London Smith, Jamarian Vincent, and Jordan Clay, who's expected to commit to Baylor today, neither of those three were. So they've done a good job of finding value and getting really good players. These are levels of prospects that they usually don't get. I know last year they signed Taz Williams, Corey Watson, Kamorian Morgan, but like as much hype as that class got, this one is much better. I think.
I would say this one is top heavier for sure. Yeah. They did put a really complete class together. Not a ton of, high level guys, but a lot of kind of the mid tier in Texas. And, if you're talking, the mid tier in Texas football recruiting is pretty damn good. So we can get the top half of those guys. You're doing well this year. It's a mixed bag with them, but, like you said, adding Jamarian Carlton to a class that already has Jamarian Vincent, that is going to have Jordan Clay. We assume, they've loaded up here. And Jordan and I both have our own experiences with Baylor football recruiting and have seen it kind of seen the ebbs and flows of it in the last 3 or 4 years, but they're definitely, on the up and up. this is probably the most important class. You know, I don't know necessarily if it will be the best, but most important one, because once again, Dave Aranda's on the hot seat. You know, the bar is a little bit lower than it was last year because he was able to turn out an 8-win season and you know, finish the season as one of the hottest teams in football. But the pressure is still there for that momentum to keep going. So this is a class, just like we've talked about with USC, just like we talked about with LSU and Oklahoma, where, you know, if Texas is going to look at flip targets, they may have to wait until late November when, you know, Aranda's on his way out or Venable's on his way out or Lincoln Riley or one of those guys. So, you know, a bad loss for Texas, though. A bad loss for Texas with Jamarican Carlton. Not a good one.
Yep. Shout out John Waters, Mead Baby, as they call him down there. All the Waco La Vega kids call themselves Mead Babies. I remember who was the baseball player that walked on the football team for Texas last year?
Nick Sanders.
Nick Sanders, originally a Mead Baby, played at Waco La Vega and then transferred into Waco University. But shout out Belmead. Most people probably don't know where that is, but if you're ever driving from well, you wouldn't go there that way. If you're ever driving from DFW to College Station, you're going to go through Belmead when you go through Waco to get on that road, whatever that highway is that goes through Marlin to get to College Station. So,
and hold on, because I'm glad we got a comment because I was waiting to put something in. The show could be about the Clips album. Jordan, have you listened to it?
I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Wow. And I'm supposed to be the youngin' on here. Clips, what's Pusha T and Malice. You know who Pusha T is, right?
Oh, Pusha Dog. All right. Like I don't listen to Pusha T. He was making music before we were born. I don't know.
That's like the one. If I'm gonna be a rap old head, I'm gonna do the Virginia Beach stuff with them and Pharrell. So this was kind of like it's their first album together in like 15 years, and they've got Kendrick on it. They've got Tyler on it. Jake. I don't want to hear anything. I'm very well versed on Clips and this whole rollout. So give it a listen, Jordan. It's true. I thought it was great. We started talking about Coke. Your friend Coke to start the day because this is.
Yeah, I get it. Will is. I mean, we're both young, but like Will's into that old stuff. Like I've seen a few times we've been in the car together, and like MF Doom pops up, and it's like, yo, what is this dude listening to? I got to give him some shit for that. That's like Nick is the only person I've ever met that is a fan of JID, and he just gets pissed every time I shit on him. And Nick's like an OG J. Cole fan too. It's like, of course you are, But anyways, we'll talk about real sports real quick. Back to Carlton. He did commit to Baylor, but I do think he's like actually a kid they could flip before signing day. You're probably like, well, duh, but like Braden Rouse, who committed to Tennessee, Texas is not going to be able to flip that kid. Trying to think of some other examples. Lamar Brown, they're not going to be able to flip that kid.
Likely in Xavier Crowell at Alabama.
Yeah. Like those are some good examples, but look at Baylor's schedule real quick. They have Auburn at home and then SMU on the road. So they might be 0-2 to start the year.
Those are, in my eyes, two of the most interesting games in the entire college football season. I think Auburn-Baylor as a week 1 game, man, this is Hugh Freeze is also on the hot seat in my eyes. So whoever wins this game, I said it a couple months ago, or actually when I was still on the Baylor beat, whoever loses this game, the coach of that team will be fired because there's going to be Auburn has like another non-conference game that they have a chance of losing. And this is the one really at home in Waco. Like this is one that Baylor really needs to win.
Yeah. But so I have them starting 0-2 versus Auburn and SMU. Then they play Stanford. That's a win. So
they play Samford.
Sanford. My bad. But if it was regular Stanford, I would have said something else. But anyways, I have them starting 1-2. Then they have Arizona State at home. Just going to give them an L for now. I think Dillingham gets it done. They can build off what they did last year. No Scatterboo, but they still have Jordan Tyson. They will figure it out. So that's 1-3. They're going to beat Oklahoma State. They stink. That's 2-3. Then they have Kansas State. Avery Johnson in year 3, last year there before he's probably going to the NFL or at least tries to. Going to give Baylor an L again. So that's 2-4. Baylor and TCU. at TCU. It's a rivalry game. It could go either way. We're going to give it to TCU.
Oh, my goodness, Jordan.
What? I mean, I'm being for real.
You compare these Baylor and TCU rosters this year, I think it's a clear Baylor win.
Hey, I don't know about that. Baylor, Cincinnati. They're going to beat Cincinnati. That's 3-5. They're going to beat UCF. That's 4-5. I think they'll beat Utah 5-5. They're going to beat Arizona. They stink 6-5. And then Houston, Baylor 7-5. So I think realistically they're somewhere between 8-4 and like 5-7. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to do this year. They're one of the teams I'll be paying attention to outside of the Longhorns. And depending on how that season goes, could Carlton end up flipping? Perhaps, because I do think Texas will have the better record in the better conference and will be playing, into the playoffs longer, into the postseason longer, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so and Rob, I agree with you. If it's outside football or football recruiting, probably not going to talk about it, at least on air. And Patrick, the D lineman who committed was Lamar Brown. It was down to A&M and LSU. Texas, Miami on the periphery, but it was always going to be LSU or A&M, to be honest with you. Texas just got in too late. And I think Auburn is gettable for Baylor, but all Jackson Arnold has to do is drive the bus. As long as he drives the bus in Waco and just distributes to Eric Singleton, Cam Coleman, and their other receivers, they should win the game. They should. But it's also Hugh Freeze, so I don't know what to expect. And the thing too is is there a bigger difference in coaches that'll be on sidelines coaching against each other this year than Hugh Freeze and Aranda?
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference. The only thing they have in common is they've coached in the SEC. These could not be two different guys, more different guys.
Yeah, and I'm forgetting his name, DJ Dog, but Auburn does have a defensive end or D lineman who's supposed to be like a top 15 pick in the NFL draft in April. I'm blanking on his name.
It's not Falk, is it?
Yes, it is Falk. Kedrick Falk. Yeah, that's him. There you go. Ball knower, DJ Dog. And Josh Hoover, I've been a long-time hater on him going back to high school, but he's made me come around. He's done some pretty damn good things for them. I think whoever his agent is deserves a raise in the percentage for convincing TCU that Tennessee was trying to tamper with him. Because, if I'm Tennessee, I would have tried to tamper with at least 12 QBs before Hoover. But
12 QBs in the Big 12 before Hoover.
Well, I don't know about in the Big 12, but I'm not that big of a hater. But, But anyways, let's talk about Samari Matthews. He is announcing his commitment today. Big physical corner that'll project to the boundary if he ends up in Austin like we expect. Not the tallest guy, but relatively thick build, 6 foot, half an inch, 190 pounds. I can pull up his measurements later because I do have access to them. But, a long, lengthy corner, not Kobe Black, but very lazy comp to Kobe Black, where he's that big physical corner that'll profile to the boundary. And they do, I guess, have similar builds. But, if you were to be recruiting Samari Matthews in CFP 26, it would say bump and run corner because that's what he is. So we're going to pull up the tape. I know last week I did this with Rouse and said we probably shouldn't do it. We have a lot more confidence in this one being Rouse or in this one being Texas than we did for Rouse. So we're going to watch the tape. But plays in North Carolina, I believe, would be the first prospect Texas has landed out of North Carolina.
It would be.
Since
in the Sarkisian era.
Yeah, it'd be the first in the Sarkisian era. I almost said Puna Ford, but I'm pretty sure he's from South Carolina.
Yeah, I think we looked at this a couple months ago, and it was 8 cycles since the last one.
But yeah, really fun, really good player. Was one of the first kids to emerge in cornerback recruiting in the cycle. I remember I'm almost positive Samari Matthews actually debuted in our 2026 rankings in what was August of his sophomore year. He popped onto the scene pretty damn early, and was at Future 50 out at IMG Academy and all that. So, he's been a known recruit for a while. And Texas joined this race later than any of the contenders, Miami, Florida State, or South Carolina, and were still able to get it done. And in large part to Mark Orphy, former Rutgers corners coach. He had offered him and was recruiting him at Rutgers. and then got hired at Texas. They continued the relationship. And if I'm not mistaken, Matthews was actually the first prospect that Orphe offered at Texas.
Yes, he was. It was the day after Orphe was officially introduced to Texas. To that point, he hadn't actually offered anyone since there was, I guess, Terry Joseph was still on staff in his first couple days. So Joseph was still kind of in charge of the DB offers. Once the Orphe and Akina recruiting, timeline started, they went after Samari Matthews. They went after Cameron Hamill out of Arizona, who's now at Texas A&M or committed to Texas A&M, and a couple other prospects that didn't really amount to anything with Texas. So Samari Matthews was the one they wanted to hit on, and it's the one they've hit on pretty damn well. I think if you could have chosen any of those DBs that they offered in the first week, of their time in Austin, if you'd asked them, if you could only hit on one, who would it be? I think Samari Matthews would be the name. So great job so far, and assume that will, like you said, culminate in a commitment today.
Yeah, and I mean, you hit the nail on the head. He's CB1, has been CB1 for Texas since they offered. If he ends up at Texas like we expect, he will join Hayward Howard Jr. in the corners room, and I guess, Miami Riley too, as far as, secondary recruitments or commitments. Can't count out Jermaine Bishop. He could factor in with the DBs. Currently, I do expect him to end up playing receiver, but Texas will give him a shot at both. And I honestly think, too, depending on if he can handle it, they might give him a shot at going both ways. I can't emphasize it enough. I know he's 5'11", 155 pounds. He is special. He is, I think, it's him and Jonah Williams, those two, for best Texas high school football players I've ever covered in person. I only saw Harold Perkins play once, so maybe he's in that conversation to some degree, trying to think of others.
Klubnik?
I'll be honest with you, Ruben Owens. I saw him play several times as a junior and senior, and as crazy as his recruitment was, he is up there for one of the best Texas high school football players I've covered. So maybe later this month when it gets even more dead, we can come up with a top 10 each of us for favorite. Or
Klubnik will remain my number one for until I see anyone that can put on performances weekly like he was able to, especially in that senior year.
Yeah, he went nuclear as a senior. But yeah, no, CB, Jonah did not have that CFB 26 cut in high school. Since you introduced me to Jonah Williams in the National Combine check-in room when no one knew who he was and what would have been
2023, I believe.
Yeah, January of 2023. He's had the same haircut where it's afro fade, whatever you want to call what he's got going on. He's always had that since I've known him. So, and also for those curious, Samari Matthews, his commitment will be coming out at 6:30 p.m. Central Time on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. Just head over to YouTube, type in 24/7 Sports, go to live stream. It'll be up there. There's, I think, 3 other kids committing today on our channel. KJ Ford's one of them. I've seen crystal balls for Florida and Bama, but most recently for Bama. So I assume it's them. And then I'm forgetting the other 2 names, or one of them is Jordan Clay, who is expected to go to Baylor. Blanking on the third kid. I don't think it's a kid Texas has ever been involved with. DJ Dog said, what has happened to Harold Perkins? LSU defense using him correctly. No. So here's the problem. And this is from people who are very tied in to the operation at LSU. Okay, I need to be careful here. Like, the playbook part of it has not fully developed in the 3.5 years he's been there. It has not got much better. And a lot of people are like, they're using him incorrectly. That is true to some degree, but also, like, there are some places in that defense where he can only play that because he doesn't understand the rest of it, or hasn't been to practice enough, or hasn't earned it, or whatnot. So that's kind of what's happened. But he's still Harold Perkins. At the end of the day, he helps them more when he's on the field than off the field. But I mean, yeah. And like, I had people calling me, asking me, like, do you think Texas would be interested, like agents, if Harold Perkins went in the portal? And I was like, no, they would not be, because they are very aware of what's going on over there. And it was like, yeah, well, no one's really digging around here, blah, blah, blah. Probably going to end up at LSU again, but we'll see. So I do think to some degree LSU has mishandled the situation, but also a lot of it has been on Perkins himself.
He's also just such a pure talent that I think you really could have taken him in the second or third round of the NFL draft this past year. And I think regardless of what he does there, he will find himself, early second round, probably be a first rounder. There's just too much raw talent there that an NFL team could develop, especially a playoff team that already has some depth at linebacker.
Yeah, man, that is not what the NFL thinks, though, because he is 6'1", 220 pounds on the LSU roster, so probably actually a little bit smaller than that. He hasn't shown that, like, in high school he was phenomenal because it's just chase down the ball carrier. I'm bigger, faster, stronger than everyone. I'm going to, get the ball carrier. But, like, the linebacking aspects of it, reading the triangle, playing in space, dropping in coverage, calling out the rest of the defense, he's not fully developed there. His best thing right now is pass rushing. But you can't be a 6'1", 220-pound pass rusher in the NFL. You just can't. So unless he shows progression in the passing aspects of it and dropping into coverage this season and being able to be versatile and do it all, I mean, he's going to be a day 3 pick. And like you are right, someone will take a leap on that athleticism and he'll test well and he looks like amazing bucks, but he needs to figure out the pass coverage parts of it because no one is drafting him as an edge rusher as a 6'1", 220-pounder.
Fair enough, yeah.
So, and there are going to be red flags that pop up with him.
Yeah.
Because if I know about them, the NFL will know about them.
Yeah. We have this. I hope, Texas gets the commitment of Samari Matthews today. If Matthews does commit to Texas, do you think it would impact Joshua Dobson from the 2027 class? No, I don't think it would impact Joshua Dobson. Joshua Dobson is, I believe, ranked as the #1 quarterback in the 2027 top 247 right now, out of Fort Mill, South Carolina. At the Future 50 camp, he did say that Texas has been hitting him. He named a group of who's been hitting him the most since June 15th, when that contact period opened up. So he hasn't made it down to campus. He has been, across the road in College Station. He's been a lot of places. But this is one that I think Texas will, we'll push for a visit probably early in the season. And if we don't see him, before the beginning of the spring, probably not one headed Texas' way. He hasn't, like I said, he hasn't been there yet. So,
Sure. I'm pretty sure he made it down in April or might have been June. I remember that name and writing it for the visitor list, I think. I'll double check on that.
But no, after Samari Matthews, I think Texas may be done at cornerback. Devon Benjamin is obviously a name that is going to be a take regardless of what has happened, throughout the cycle. Does Texas see him more at corner, at safety? I think it's more of a corner build, and that's how we have him, evaluated at 24/7. So, that would be the last name in the defensive back class in my eyes, unless they make a senior eval someone. So they'll very likely load up in 27. I think probably 3 or 4 corners and 2 safeties. So, it looks like we've got a really impressive secondary class in 2027, and see how many of those guys Texas can really make a run at.
Yeah, just looked at Twitter. He visited Texas the April 25th through 27th weekend.
There you have it.
And
Monday.
Let's see. Damn, that was bad. My mic covers my keyboard, so sometimes I'm just blindly typing and I'll be way off. And by the way, Dobson is currently the #7 overall prospect by us, the #6 overall prospect by the composite in the 2027 class. So, yeah. Real quick, there was one question up here I wanted to talk about. John Voders said, I'd like to see Jackson Arnold be a player for Auburn. I would as well, just so they can kind of stick it to Oklahoma. I talked about this, I think, the week it happened, but OU beat Alabama because they were running it with Jackson Arnold. Like, they don't win that game without him. And I know he didn't really do anything in the passing game. It was all running, almost similar to Marcel Reed's performance versus LSU. But they still beat Bama. The thing is, that same week was like the week it was pretty much a done deal that they were getting Mateer. And that was in mid-October, right? That's how much they thought ahead. So they were already ready to dump him and go get Mateer. And then he ended up beating Alabama at home that same week. So I thought that was crazy. The way they handled that, I get it. I mean, there's been several circumstances that have happened just like that. It's just the first one I've heard of. But I'm rooting for him, man. He was a fun player out of high school. Loved his game. Good kid. I think was the Gatorade National Player of the Year and that he deserved it. So I'm rooting for him too. Very curious to see, what he can do with Hugh Freeze. But yeah, and I agree with you on this too, David Keith Williams. They're like he's playing more of like this box nickel kind of hybrid thing. I have no idea. We'll see what he does, but he has not lived up to the ranking thus far. David Keith Williams said, I wish Texas get Devon Benjamin at safety, however that position group is so deep that he is not necessarily in need. Well, I don't know. I think safety actually isn't as deep as people think it is. Like it very much is for this year. But Michael Taft is out of eligibility and is going to the NFL. Jelani McDonald and Derek Williams both have the chance to leave. Do both leave? Probably not. But if they do, that would mean 3 people leaving the safety room. What would that leave behind? Xavier Filsaime, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Jonah Williams, and Zealous Hicks, and that is it. And whoever they sign in 2026. So, it's not like it'd be the worst room on campus, but like if they lose McDonald, Taft, and Derek Williams, that's going to make up like 75% of the safety snap counts this year. Like that is a big deal. So, obviously they're paying Jonah a bunch. And he's worth it. He's a damn good player, and it'll be his time to shine as a sophomore. But I'm very curious to see how they close out in safety recruiting. So, yeah, and I have no idea if Ruben Owens still has that Louisville tattoo. He probably got it taken off or something else put on over it. But
he's not the first to do that. I think we talked about it on the show. Not too long.
Not even the first Ruben to do it. Ruben Foster did it.
Yeah. Jordan, I think this is kind of worth mentioning, just to kind of slide it in. Derek Cooper, the elite two-way prospect, projects more at running back at the college level, released a top 5 last night, and it had who you expected: Ohio State, Georgia, Florida State, Miami, and then you would have expected one of the Alabama schools, either the Tide or the Tigers. It wasn't one of them. Even though they hosted him for an official visit, it's Texas who did not host him and has only seen him once, and that was, I believe, in either March or April for an unofficial when we saw him up there. So, Texas had a recruitment like this last cycle with Jonah Williams, had a little bit more contact with Jonah Williams than they have with Derek Cooper, and obviously the coaching change kind of changed things with this recruitment. Between Choice and Scott, but Scott has basically been the only one on Derek Cooper on a consistent basis throughout his recruitment with Texas. So, looks a little similar. We're not going to get our hopes up too much, but that July 20th date is interesting based on some, some intel that we've gathered as of late. This would be one of the biggest ads of the cycle.
Yeah. Man, it's hard to want to speak confidently, with what's happened as of late. But Texas, they miss on this one. It's who knows, and I think that raises the chances. Usually when Texas, their backs against the wall, they need to get that prospect. They usually have a pretty good hit rate of getting that prospect. That's also kind of why we, are leaning Texas a little bit for Atkinson, or at least I kind of am. Just based off that notion. The ones to know on this are Miami and Georgia. He's not going to Florida State. Ohio State's kind of in it, but I don't know. Hey, with Texas, I was just talking about Jonah Williams. He's the kid who committed to Texas without ever taking an official visit in the summer. It was a little different because he visited several times in the years leading up to that point. But hey, Texas still got Cooper in town in April. And if I'm not mistaken, it was like a weekend visit, like multiple days.
He was there from Thursday to Sunday.
Yeah. So, it was an unofficial. It wasn't the whole official experience, but it was similar to that. And I'm sure Texas knew they were going to be struggling to get a summer OV. So they probably made that decision knowing they weren't going to get the summer OV and decided to host him for 3 days, on an unofficial. So we'll see. Like you said, the commitment date's July 20th. Georgia and Miami are the ones Texas is really battling. I guess Ohio State to some degree, but we're going to see. And even regardless of who the pick is, this one's going into signing day. And this one will cost a pretty penny. NIL is the driver here in this one. So Miami, Georgia, Texas. There you have it. One other kid I wanted to talk about, Tyler Atkinson. Don't have a ton of new stuff there. Still don't have a commitment date, but I'm still expecting sometime in the month of July. Texas, Oregon, Georgia, Clemson. It's kind of Texas versus Georgia. I can tell you he's not going to Clemson. They will never really win those types of recruitments with money. And I mean, it's Oregon, so you can't discount them, but Georgia and Texas continue to be the ones with the most buzz. And, I mean, fun fact, if Atkinson was to end up at Texas, it would be the second year in a row Texas has signed a player from Georgia that is not only one of the Bulldogs' top targets, is a prospect that the Bulldogs offered as an 8th grader. Like,
what a stat.
You know, Justice Terry was an 8th grader that got offered by Georgia. Texas got him. He also was even committed to Georgia at one point. Now, Atkinson never committed to Georgia, but he was offered in the 8th grade. Texas didn't join the race until, like, his sophomore year. So, I don't know. Just interesting stuff there. And, I mean, I think we've hit the nail on the head with this almost too many times, but Atkinson is also an NIL recruitment, which, you know, that is in large reason to why there's not been a ton of intel reported on that as of late. They're keeping things in-house and are negotiating and, you know, dealing with offers and stuff. But yeah,
we have 2 more commitments tomorrow as well. Neither we think will go Texas's way, but have not heard anything, you know, super concrete. It's the 2 remaining, I guess they're 2 out of the 3 remaining tight end targets. Hezi Kent, who is that jumbo tight end, weighed in at whatever number we got last, you know, close to 300 once he gets to college. You know, it's down to the big 3 in Florida and Texas. This trends more to the way of any of those schools than it does to Texas, at least throughout this week. You know, as always, things can change in the last 48, 24 hours. So, you know, it would be encouraging to see some news about Texas, but none yet. And the same goes for Caden Prothro, the nation's number 2 tight end out of Georgia. That's, you know, he's been a guy for the Bulldogs for as long as he's been a notable recruit. And this is one they're probably not going to fumble. And even if they were, I think it would go Florida's way. So likely won't hear about this tight end class until, you know, honestly, I can't even give you a date because the one that we're waiting on is just let's wait and see how long I'm going to drag this out. So we'll see on that front, but I don't think Texas lands either Hezi Kent or Caden Prothro tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with you. As crazy as it sounds, they probably have a better chance with Prothro. But, I mean, hey, we'll see. I also think it'll be interesting to track, like, if Prothro ends up at Georgia, is Texas going to try to flip one of the 2 other tight ends?
Right.
And just use Prothro, like, use losing out on Prothro to negatively recruit the other 2 kids, you know? I'll be curious. Yeah, a lot of good points on a lot of good points by David Keith Williams and DJ Dog on Auburn here. David Keith Williams says, I think Texas has maybe 5 or 6 legitimate needs remaining in the 26 recruiting class. Either flipping KJ Edwards or getting the commitment of Derek Cooper at running back is a significant need for Texas. It is a big deal. I don't think it's quite a big deal as some people are making it out to be, just due to the fact that CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner are the only guys who are eligible to go to the draft after this year. And right now, I don't think we can really expect that. Like, Trey Wisner, I think, is a 4-year player, has always been a 4-year player. Baxter, I think, early on was a 3-year player, but we have to see how he comes off this injury, you know? So I think that's important to remember because, I mean, they have 6 scholarship running backs this season. All 6 of them can come back next year. I mean, they're going to sign a running back this year, at least one. And each year of the Sark era, they've aimed to sign 2. But if there is a year to sign 1, it is this year. Because, again, they are likely to return all 6 running backs to next season. So, yeah. What else do we have here? David Keith Williams said, if Nick Townsend and Amari Winston pick up the offense quickly and can be trusted to block, both of them have the talent and athleticism, especially Townsend, to prevent Texas from needing a tight end in 2026. Great points there. Great points. And Townsend and Winston definitely made the priority level for tight end go down in 26, but you still should try to take one every year. tight ends are very hard to find, like actual difference makers in recruiting. There are very, very few of them each cycle. And if you don't take one this year, you have to go take two in 2027. And again, it's already hard to find just one of those guys. Getting two of them is pretty damn hard.
But we have, I will say that we have heard, you can go back to the recruiting side of it in a second, that Amari Winston has been a standout, since he got to campus. And someone, I do think that Townsend has a clear path to playing time, but if Texas can really do, tight end 2 by committee, and I think that is the plan at this point, because Spencer Shannon, Townsend, and Amari Winston are probably all on the same level. And that is, given that Amari Winston and Townsend are first-year players and Shannon's in his third. But, I definitely agree. And I think you could, end up going with the budget take a tight end if you see some early season improvements, and if you've seen improvements through camp, like we think they have with Townsend and Winston, that maybe a tight end class of only Keabe Brown would make a little bit of sense if you're going to really hit it hard. Obviously, like you said, you want to get a tight end every cycle, and Texas, took a run at the top 2 in the nation, and they were in a great position for Mark Bowman before USC put together a huge offer from him, and shut that recruitment down. And Pro Tour, we've seen, was always going to be an uphill battle. So I definitely agree that a tight end should be taken every class. This year, I think it's going to be a little bit different, though.
Yeah. And I mean, man, I'm high on Townsend. I think Townsend has a higher ceiling than any tight end recruit Texas assigned in the Sark era, and it's not close. In fact, like he's ranked lower than JT Sanders is, but a lot of JT Sanders' ranking was because like they knew he wanted to play tight end in college, but ranked him as an athlete because the ceiling was higher at D-line. I still don't, disagree with that. I think it was higher out of high school at edge or D-line. But with Townsend, I mean, this is a kid who went 10-9 at 6'3" and 240 pounds. Like he ran that at 235 to 240. And I mean, this is an extremely coachable kid, extremely athletic. And people are talking like, oh, he has to learn the position. I'm not worried about that at all. If Jeff Banks tells Nick Townsend to jump, he says how high. Like, extremely coachable kid. He played 12 different positions at Duquesne and literally was their quarterback this year. Like, I'm not worried about him at all. I think by year 2, he's going to be an impact contributor, probably top 2, top 3 in snap count at the tight ends. And I also think with him, like, you got to think about what these tight end types are. Will Randall, in my opinion, I think is a non-factor and will be one. Spencer Shannon is an inline blocker. Amari Winston is kind of a gadget, like F-back type, where unless he's going out and running routes, like it's a trick play or something. They're not going to use him to block much because he's only 6'1", and is not super lengthy or big. So Shannon is an inline. Winston is kind of a gadget / receiving type. And then Jordan Washington and Townsend are a mix of both, where they can be the only tight end on the field and can actually block, but also legitimately run routes. So Townsend and Washington are the most valuable ones, in my opinion, obviously outside of Jack injuries, but I'm expecting him to be gone after this year. That's why I'm talking like this. But yeah, man, I love Nick Townsend. I can't say enough good things about him, and had a lot of fun covering his recruitment and getting to see him play in high school, because, I mean, he is not supposed to be able to do the things he does as a 6'3", 240-plus pounder, and is a really good kid and hard worker. Like there's several kids in last year's class where I'm like, this kid is an NFL draft pick as long as he's healthy and shows up to work every day. Very few of those kids do I feel better saying that about than Townsend, just because of everything I just said. Tennessee Longhorn with a great point. Haven't had an elite running back recruit since Baxter. We need to get one on campus. I think they're going to figure out a way to get a big name 27 guy, regardless if they end up with Derek Cooper in the cycle or not. Noah Roberts is a running back out of Arizona. He's the top-ranked running back prospect out of Arizona since Bijan Robinson, and actually visited Texas in June. Made it down, took a few visits throughout the South. I know he got up to OU, I believe A&M as well, and I think like LSU in Florida. So that one will be a national recruitment. I highly doubt either of the in-state Arizona schools will be able to, become a true contender there, but he's one we're watching. And then there's names like Landon Williams, Callis, Jacoby Dixon,
Elijah Kimball,
Islington.
Elijah Kimball out of Buffalo, New York, would be the first player, I believe, ever. We looked at this back when Elijah Kimball first visited, and he was asking about it. I believe he'd be the first player ever from Western New York to play for the Longhorns, at least in the last 10 or 15 years. So he, ranked 156 overall in the 2027 top 247, the number 10 running back. But I think he has a ton of upside, and I do think he'll kind of rise in this class. He's from a part of the country that does not get recruited a ton, or really at all. So there haven't been a ton of eyes on him. I don't think anyone at any recruiting site has seen him in person yet. So we're really just going off the tape. And I think once he, hits the camp circuit, and maybe we have a chance to see him in San Antonio at the National Combine or at the All-American Bowl, because he's on that level already, he'll be someone. Texas is very keyed in on him too. They have offered him and set up 2 visits with him early on. So that's one they'll be all over.
Yeah. And I got you, Tennessee Longhorn. My bad. I misunderstood that. And yeah, he's 6'3" or 6'3.5", which will be fine. 6'5" would be better, obviously, but he'll be just fine. He can get drafted high at that height. I had one of the most fun huddles you'll ever find. And David Keith Williams, as crazy as it is, he was in the 230s when he did that. Like, I don't think enough people realized the types of talent that Kenny had in the same cycle in Townsend and Tanook Hines. Like, Tanook Hines is playing as a freshman at USC this year. Tanook Hines ran the fastest 200-meter time in the state of Texas in the last 5 years. You know who's the only person that had a faster time than him?
Who?
Jelani Watkins, who is running track at LSU and obviously playing football. I believe he won the state 100-meter and 6A and the 200-meter like 3 years in a row. And that's the only person that has ever ran a faster 200 time than Tanook Hines in the state of Texas in the last 5 years. And Tanook Hines is 6'1", 6'2", 185, 190 pounds, and also has gone like 10.5 or 10.6. I loved him. I thought Texas should have recruited him harder. I wrote that several times throughout the cycle. And I also like Townsend, think he's an eventual NFL player.
Got this David Gabriel Georges out of Tennessee at the Baylor School. I believe that's in Chattanooga. Texas did offer him last season. Actually, it was in November. So he has one of the longest, dating running back offers in the class of 2027. But like you said, it was when choice was still there. Since Chad Scott has come in, we haven't heard anything around this, but ranked as the number 3 running back in the top 247. I know Tennessee, the Vols right down the street have made some big impressions early on. But this is one that the Texas will still be in on. Do you know where David Gabriel Georges is originally from, Jordan?
Isn't it Canada?
Yeah, he's from Quebec.
Very interesting.
I believe he would be the first Canadian Longhorn.
Yeah, we need CB to fact check that. Because I don't know. Wouldn't be the first Canadian Longhorn athlete, but first Canadian football player.
Right.
Because Tristan Thompson, Corey Joseph, a few of those guys are Canadians. Right. But yeah, I just know about him. I've never watched the tape and don't know anything besides he's from Canada originally and goes to like a prep or charter or boarding school, whatever it's called. All right, Jake Bayless. Real quick. So yesterday I did a story, or actually in the last 2 days, I've done 2 stories on offensive tackles. I did 5 offensive tackles Texas could flip that would fill the need, or 5 prospects Texas could flip that would fill the need at offensive tackle. And then the day after, I did 5 prospects Texas could evaluate as seniors that would fill the need at offensive tackle. And by fill the need at offensive tackle, I mean the kid that I'm talking, or kids that I'm talking about, can actually play left tackle, because that is what they need. They have a left tackle problem. Max Wright is a right tackle or a jumbo guard. Nick Robertson is a guard. And John Turntine is an NFL guard projection, but I do very much think he can play left tackle in the SEC. That's not a guaranteed. He's 6'3.5". Yes, he has 34 inch arms. Yes, he's athletic, but it's not a guarantee. For right now, Turntine, it's a safer, easier projection to right tackle or guard, even in college. But again, if it comes to it, I think he can play left tackle in the SEC. The thing is, you probably want to improve the chances of that not happening and him not having to rely on him being able to play left tackle. So you go and sign an actual true left tackle. That's what Ojo was supposed to be. So Malachi Lee would have been, right? So the 5 kids they've already offered that could flip, I don't need to go through those names. It's easy. It's Malachi Lee, Cody Green, Bryson Martinez, a few other ones on there, Roseboro, Aaron Thomas, guys like that, Dominic Harris. But in the senior eval story, I do want to talk about these kids. So I have 5 names, and I did an honorable mention in no particular order, but these are the 5 names that, I think have the best shot. Bryce Gilmore out of Prosper, father played receiver in the NFL for 8 years, believe it was Brian Gilmore. Yeah, Brian Gilmore. He's been Prosper starting right tackle since his sophomore year. He's the tackle opposite as Aiden Krempen for them. And it's actually interesting. Krempen has gone about his process the whole way through. He thinks he's a tackle that could play left tackle. And everyone is kind of just like, yeah, for the most part. But, I talked to someone who coached both these kids. They think Gilmore is the safer tackle projection and left tackle projection than Krempen, even though he's ranked lower and plays right tackle in high school. So he's one to know, 6'5", 297. He's put on a lot of weight in the last year. He used to be like around 260, but has grown about an inch, physically developed, and is all about it is all about the wingspan measurements and everything with him. And those NFL bloodlines are pretty nice too. And he is Arkansas's left tackle take this cycle. Next is Nick Howard. You're probably like, wow, a pick commit. Well, this kid is ranked higher than Max Wright and Nick Robertson. So yes, a pick commit. Shout out Pitt for this one. I think they're going to have to fight to keep him. 6'5", 285. Big frame, length, unverified measurements, but I think self-lists like 35-inch arms, which will always do the job. Also has some good shot and disc data, and was included on a story that Matt Zenitz wrote where anonymous personnel staffers like sound off on their favorite under-recruited prospects, and they raved about him. So Pitt will have a battle on their hands. I think he could be someone that can play left tackle at a school like Texas eventually. Justin Morales, kind of on the shorter side, might be more of a right tackle, but has some nice length here. The only thing is it's unverified. So 6'4", 265, took an OV to K-State, committed right after, and then he also had OV set up with, I think, Baylor, Arizona, and Texas Tech, but those weren't taken. All of them were canceled. And like the Pitt commit was also included in that story from anonymous personnel staffers that not prospects that anonymous personnel staffers are high on or think are being under-recruited. And so some fun film here. Also is a two-way player, has been a two-way player for El Paso Franklin since his freshman year. And if Texas was to offer him, he'd be the first prospect out of El Paso to get an offer since Tavoris Jones, the running back in the 2022 class. So fun fact there. Keegan Collins, actually another Kansas State commit. DJ Dog from up in your neck of the woods. He's in Canyon, West Plains, just outside of Amarillo, and chose Kansas State over Oklahoma State and Texas Tech. 6'6", 275, owns long-term left tackle measurements and can project to that position. Obviously, he has to work on some things. Right now, it's kind of a big ball of clay, but he's really young for his grade. He just turned 17 last month, and he has uncoachable traits, and I think is a good enough mover. I could see Texas taking a look here. And then Rhett Gray. This isn't the one I'm most confident about in Texas offering. That's probably Gilmore, but this is probably my favorite. I think he has a chance to hit the most or, exceed his ranking the most. 6'7", 290 pounds. He lists himself closer to 300, but that 290 is verified from a few months ago. And chose TCU over Houston and Northwestern. Those were his top 3. I talked to several people in the know at Houston and TCU. They both said they graded him higher than any other offensive tackle that they recruited this cycle. They're very high on him. He just got his ranking 87 3-star, but he can very well end up as a 4-star top 247 kid because he is 6'7", is actually above 6'7", like 6'7 and 2/3 is his measurement, which is rare. Very few of these tackles are actually above 6'7", even though a lot of them list themselves at 6'7". Close to 300, so checks the height and weight boxes there. Has arms north of 34 inches, and also has kind of a rare 3-sport multi-sport profile. Has been a varsity hooper since his sophomore year, starter at left tackle for Weatherford since his sophomore year, and he's also thrown the shot put in the discus all 3 years. So I like him a lot, and like I said, this was TCU and Houston's #1 offensive tackle target, and is very much a kid who can project to the left side. And these are honorable mention names. Evan Goodwin, this is a top 247 kid out of Arkansas. Somewhat surprised Kyle Flood never offered, just because he's 6'7", 325, and has 36-inch arms. Was one of the better O-line prospects in Under Armour Dallas back in February. I believe actually earned like second best O-line after Felix Ojo that day. He was going to Notre Dame. That was pretty much a done deal. They filled up, canceled his OV. So he ended up taking OVs to SMU, Mississippi State, Missouri, and Oklahoma State, and ended up at SMU. A lot of people like, oh, they bagged him, but apparently they're paying market value. I don't know what that means as far as the number, but it means that he is poachable for other schools is what I'm trying to say. The reason he's an honorable mention, though, is because he's more of like a Cam Williams type of right tackle where he's just humongous and has some wild measurements. Another one here, another TCU commit out of Sulphur Springs in East Texas, Vincent Johnson Jr. 6'5", 310. He camped at Texas in the past, so he's been on Kyle Flood's radar. They obviously know about him, but is an honorable mention because he's more of a right tackle. And then these two, I'm getting real into the weeds here. I doubt they'll really look at these two, but these are like if the SEC moves to 105 scholarships, these are two guys that you definitely offer and try to take just because if you hit on them, it's a lottery ticket. But Marcus Page Jr. out of North Forney, he's actually never played a snap of real organized football. He didn't start playing football until this spring. Was a basketball-first athlete, but he's 6'6", 285 with like really good measurements. So the footwork, agility, different things that are in basketball are supposed to translate well to football. And I mean, I talked to someone at North Forney. They think he'll be more of a right tackle in college, but I mean, at this point, anyone's guessing because he's yet to play an actual down of organized football and doesn't have film yet. Picked up 13 offers. The only power fours are Baylor and Houston, and he committed to Baylor right after his Baylor OV. But just a total lottery ticket because, I mean, he has uncoachable traits, and the basketball background is super interesting as well. Also has shot put in discus, throws that aren't bad at all. Now, he probably has a better shot than this kid. This kid fascinates me. Nick Henry, 6'7", 289. I believe that's unverified, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's a little smaller. He has 6 offers. He's out of San Marcos, somewhat of a local kid, but I'm almost positive he was amongst like the 20 kids from San Marcos that got wrapped up in the UIL RICO case, basically, where those 20-something kids were suspended from varsity play for 3 years. So he's, I think, collected all these offers off JV tape and is pretty much a lottery ticket. I doubt Texas would look here unless it expands from 85 to 105. But, yeah, those are the 9 names I had for offensive tackles. Will, I don't know if there's any comments here or anything you want to close out with.
I don't have much. It's a list that, I think we'd kind of talked about prior to the Ojo commitment in terms of who we thought would be next up, and a few of them I had, a few of them you had. But yeah, there's ample options for Texas if they really want to move on an offensive tackle. Before we wrap up here, I want to give a shout out to sorry, David Williams. That was a good comment, but that is not the one I was trying to pull up. Jake, coming in with our research here. Blake, I'm going to guess this is Whiteley. He was a JUCO transfer about 10 years ago, signed with Texas. He never played snap, but he was born in Vancouver. So, Georges could be, the first to actually take a snap if he ends up at Texas. But glad we've got a research team. We don't have a producer, so glad we have a research team in the middle of this show.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm just going to hit on these questions. David Keith Williams asked about Davian Gross, said he thinks he could be a potential Ramon Taylor. I disagree just because, he only wants to play receiver in college. He does not want to play in the box. He only wants to play receiver. And at Lone Star, he's been used all over because it's high school and kids don't care and, can make more of an impact at the high school level. But I think his top 3 is like Baylor, Florida, and Oklahoma. And I think it's supposed to be Baylor, but he's a receiver in college. So would downplay the running back part of Ramon Taylor. But hey, who knows? He is a fun, really good player that has great testing data. And yes, you are correct there, CA. I don't know about not Georgia though. With you, I think Turnteen's a tackle at Texas. What else do we have here? Yeah, Patrick, and Lake Dallas is also in that district with Salina, Sulphur Springs, and Frisco Panther Creek. They had a D lineman named Kadrian Redmond in the 27 class, top 247 kid. I actually wrote about him like 10 different times before Texas offered him because after seeing him in person that day, it was very easy to tell he'd eventually have one. He transferred to DeSoto, though. I've heard he is going to be ruled ineligible, though, as a junior unless he transfers back to Lake Dallas. So still waiting to hear what he's done, but a lot of people are expecting him back at Lake Dallas. So, yeah, and that – I mean, I saw Lake Dallas play Panther Creek last year, 4-overtime game. It was awesome. Yeah, yes, you are correct with that in football on him. And you're also correct that Brennan Thompson is now at Mississippi State. So yeah, but we'll do a roster update. There was a roster update for Texas football this morning. Barely anything changed. A few weights were updated, like 6 or 7 of them, and like none of them lost more than 10 pounds. And then a few new numbers. I guess we can roll through those, the new numbers because it's easy.
Yeah, we've got to wrap up in just a second here, but I do want to mention that Emmett Mosley, who was asked about on the show yesterday because he was wearing number 10 in the video game, he is officially number 3 for the Longhorns.
Yeah, these are the other new numbers. All these guys are transfers or the 3 high school signees that enrolled in the summer instead of in January. But like you said, Mosley's wearing 3. Matthew Caldwell, the Troy quarterback transfer, is going to be rocking 18. Mason Shipley, the Texas State kicker transfer, will be in 49. Devin Coleman, the guard take out of Cedar Hill, one of the Coleman triplets, is wearing 59. Jordan Coleman, the right tackle, kind of jumbo guard take out of Cedar Hill, his brother is wearing 78. Nick Townsend is wearing 81 and is listed at 6'3", 241, by the way. Jack Endries is going to be wearing 88 at 6'4", 240. Levon Johnson will be rocking 96, and Murad Watson will be 98. So, yeah, but anyways, we're going to get out of here. The last one will be David Keith Williams. Yes, he will finish as a 5-star. Stamp it. Hey, we're getting out of here. Up next, BK, I don't know how to say that coach's name. The head coach of San Jose State is joining to talk Texas's week. Or my bad.
Ken Numilatoe.
Say it.
Ken Numilatoe, I believe.
Ken Numalatolo, the head coach of San Jose State, Texas's week 2 opponent, joined Horns 24/7 to talk Steve Sarkisian and Texas football. So go check that out. It is Chip and Eric chopping it up with the San Jose State head football coach. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream from. And, hey, we'll see you on Monday. Happy Friday. Y'all have a great weekend, and peace.
We'll see you.